way, if it ends up still being really bad, we can just record it and then
just upload it later. Yeah.
There's a way that actually Twitch has you set up to do that, where you can like release something and have it almost appear like it's live streaming, but it's like a premiere or something. I could figure it out.
You're not super fuzzy.
Super fuzzy?
Well, she was laying on the ground, so I figured she was going to get up and be covered in bun hair, but she's fine.
That's fair. All right, so let me see what we're looking like right here. We are live.
Okay.
All right,
It
welcome back.
appears like we have a more stable connection.
Okay.
We will find out.
Second time is currently a charm.
Currently, we'll find out. So, investigation checks were
Mine was 8.
8.
I
Okay.
forget.
At advantage.
I rolled 7 twice.
Nice.
I forget.
Roll it again.
Okay.
What? I forget too. That's not fair.
Sure, roll it again.
I'm just gonna have you come and take a look at that. That's it. It is a natural 20.
It's a 10.
And then,
Okay.
and then a 14, so 20.
If I rolled another 7,
Wait,
I was about to
investigation?
say
Yes,
someone
20.
has to.
23.
Doesn't matter.
Fair. So, good. Thank you, Talon, for being our off-site tech support.
Oh
We
my god, you're
appreciate
the
it.
best. Thank you.
Yeah, for real. And you're like we said, you'll get your shirt sometime next week. Will be a whole great thing. So, taking a moment, this is what you will see below.
Okay. I'm gonna help you shift this over.
Actually, be able to get access to everything at different points.
I see. Okay.
So, a couple of interesting points about this. As you walk through, it appears there are not a whole lot of items within the ship. There's food.
Okay.
There's food and supplies enough to, it's essentially stocked.
Cool.
There are no personal belongings necessarily.
Because it's brand new, right?
It is not brand new, but it was just completely redone and refitted. So you would imagine anything of value that is not furniture based, and there is a lot of furniture, has probably been taken out.
Okay.
Miles.
Yeah.
With a 23.
A 23?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck you.
Fucking natural 20, man.
You get a very good overview of the ship.
Yeah.
You also find something.
And underview.
You get a great underview. You view all the sides in equal amounts.
Nice.
Of a special note, this ship is fairly well armed compared to other ships that you have been on.
Good.
On the back, there is mounted sort of like a ballista.
Yeah. See that.
And to either side, there is something that is called, I want to say it's a mangrel, but they are essentially like small ballista.
Okay.
Much more prominent is this large, apparently iron griffin or eagle to Heinrich up front, which as you explore the ship, you notice in the front of the ship on the bottom, there is, right here. So underneath where the actual griffin is, there is this very complex, almost machine that runs into this grounded, large crystal, actually roughly this size. And not terribly dissimilar. There are these facets carved into it.
Okay.
A little bit more square.
Familiar crystal to me now?
No.
Different,
This-
not the pale blue thing?
This appears to be some kind of like a focusing crystal for whatever energy is pumped through there. You also
Lightning.
notice- yes.
Someone was talking to me about that. I
you
can't remember
notice
who on the ship was.
There are these iron rods that run straight from floor to ceiling, and it appears to sort of enclose this.
Uh-huh.
Almost like a Faraday cage in a microwave.
Okay.
But you would imagine that it probably protects the rest of the ship from the power output that this thing provides.
Dope.
Given
also
the size,
dangerous.
given the size and the amount of space that this machinery takes up,
Uh-huh.
there's a lot of power that goes through this thing. You would imagine.
So we can go through the wall, not around it.
Yeah, probably. In terms of functionality, it works very much like casting lightning bolt, third level. But
Was that 11?
Huh?
11 deep?
I want to. It's a lot. It's a lot. I think it's 8.
Okay. Anyway.
That being said, it is very well armed. You find something else
Okay.
within Baron Dodd's closet. Going through some of the wood, there is a panel underneath that is loose. And prying this back, you find a very simple, small stone, and it gives off a magical aura.
Mm-hmm.
With that roll, I'll say you get the general sense that this is probably a tracking device of some kind.
Okay.
It is divination magic for sure.
Okay.
And you can tell that just based on some of the moving runes, as they are. It being an obsidian taste, probably in Elvish, you wouldn't necessarily read them, but you've seen divination runes in Elvish before.
Oh yeah, I bring it to
Ariadne?
Bernal.
Bernal,
Yeah.
who at this stage is also beneath Dex. So
Okay.
him, looking
So
through.
there's no loot. I don't need to write loot down other than this stone thing, which
There
I'm
are
gonna probably just
rations
throw.
that would be enough for 30 people for roughly a month.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll remember that.
Outside of that, there isn't a whole lot of objects.
Okay. We'll figure out this boat gun, this fucking rail gun later when we're out to sea. But I want to bring
I'll
this
check
thing to
that out
Bernal.
myself.
I want to bring this thing to Bernal.
Okay.
wherever
So
it
approaching
is.
Bernal, he would look up and
Yeah.
kind of squint.
I found it underneath the floorboards. It kind of looked as if it was hidden there on purpose. I'm getting the sense it might be some sort of tracking
Well,
device.
certainly. And he reaches out and takes it.
Wait, here.
Certainly. Fascinating.
And you roll it. Damn it.
He breaks it.
Well, good, I guess.
It's divination magic. This is something that would allow a magical practitioner, although I cannot tell who or how far this goes, to locate this object across vast distances and, in fact, probably see objects around it.
Was gonna ask visible or not.
Yes,
Okay.
most certainly. This would allow somebody to... It's called scrying.
Yes.
Should we hold on to it, or...
Well, if they can see, that's the problem. If we chuck it overboard, they're gonna come here and
Well,
probably get on our
ideally,
tail.
We're going to leave very soon.
Sure. And then I guess we could just chuck it out in the middle of the ocean, but I just don't want to chance them being close by enough that they could catch up to us before we chuck it.
Well,
Maybe, you know what, let's hold on to it until we're out to sea and then just throw it overboard.
very well. If you would like to hold on to it, I don't necessarily
Can
think
do.
that it should be in
Can
my
do, will
possession.
do, and in the bag it goes.
Okay, right into the haversack.
Yeah. Into a pocket dimension where it can't be they can't tell where it is.
Okay,
I'm going to confidently say.
fantastic. So you put it into a pocket dimension where it is, according
Scry
to...
stone? What should I call it? Scry stone?
You can call it a scrying stone. Strictly speaking, it is not a scrying stone, but it is a
It's
stone that is
functioning
set,
as one, yeah.
more or less, as far as you can tell.
Close enough.
It's not ascending stone, because we know that. We know those.
You
We've encountered them.
sure?
Rocky Talkies.
Gunter and Meliora definitely encountered them at one point, but I don't know. I don't know if you guys have seen them. You had a chance to get them, but I don't think you guys saw them.
I want to check out the griffin gun.
Okay. Are you checking out like the actual griffin statue on the deck or the machinery underneath?
I want to check out both.
Okay. If you would like to make, we're gonna call it.
I might touch it, but we'll see.
Let's start with an investigation check.
12.
12? Okay. Looking at this sort of statue on the top, it's a very finely crafted statue, such that you can see the individual feathers kind of on the face of this, the eagle-like face of this creature. All the way down the body, it's never like flat, it's very much textured. There's been a lot of work put into it. You do notice that there are, on the very bottom, these sort of almost metal, not wires, but rods that lead into the base of it. Going below deck, you find that they travel into this room with this large crystal and this complex machine that looks sort of like maybe at one point it existed as a furnace and has been refitted to do whatever it is that it currently does. Are you looking to figure out how to fire it? Sure.
But without doing.
Yeah. So there is somewhere...
I'm not going to trial and error it.
Fair. Up here on the very back of the statue, there is what looks like a push button.
Is it in the butt?
It is not in the butt. It's in the base of the statue. If you would like to move it, I'm sure you could find somebody to do that.
I'll think about it.
Okay.
Mental note.
Mental note. Look for the butt. Tim.
Press the butt instead of...
Press the button.
Yeah. Press the butt.
Sure. So, you get the sense pushing this button will probably cause this to fire. Given the scope of this machine, it may take a couple seconds to build that power and then discharge. You would imagine probably it can't fire terribly frequently. It probably needs a certain amount of time between shots.
What is it firing? Do I know? Can I figure out what it's firing? Like,
You could
is
just
it like
ask
a
me.
load?
You could
Am
just
I
ask
loading
me.
it? Am I loading the butt?
You
There
could just
isn't
ask
really...
me.
I mean, you do see a crystal lodged into the machine.
Okay.
Potentially you have to replace that. Unclear to you. Make an Arcana check.
Okay. Also, though, I do just want to say that while I was inspecting like all the feathers and like the actual statue, I sniffed the feather in
I
my
know.
coat.
I imagined it.
What's the name of this boat again?
The Royal Sail.
It's gonna have to go.
2.
Yep.
2? Okay. Yeah, you probably after the shot need to pull
I
out
don't know
that
Should call the
crystal.
flying finger.
You have a lot of experience aboard ships. You do know that cannons
Why would you
require
put
you
that out
to
there?
take the can. You have to replace the cannonball.
Right.
So you would imagine you probably need to reload it in some way. How is very unclear.
Oh wait. Okay.
Keep your thoughts to yourself.
No, it's great. When we get to the next port, we're gonna rename it the Flying Finger, and we're gonna put a giant middle finger instead of the griffin on the head of the ship, and that's what's gonna launch lightning bolts.
All right.
No, oh my god, it's like this, and then when you're shooting, it's
And then
you
recoil back up.
I like the idea of it being like this, then it just goes.
Yeah.
Fires the bolt.
True,
out.
like a trebuchet.
Fair.
Or, I guess it'd be a
or
catapult.
isn't this
It would
a
be
game?
inferior
Yeah,
device.
Like
much
to
inferior.
just
Alright.
okay.
I love
Heinrich, make a straight intelligence check.
We're
why.
mature.
I might help you out.
this. Straight intelligence?
Yep.
That was a straight 15.
Straight 15.
I know, I'm rolling pretty well today.
Um,
Purple's got me going.
You would recall that
Yeah.
this ship just recently came from a place called Gorman's Grove.
Gorman's Grove.
The
Sounds yummy.
individual that you had talked to when you were still in disguise
Yeah.
as the red, angry leather daddy.
Oh yeah. I wasn't angry. I was just like a creepy southern guy.
Sure.
Colonel Sanders on holiday.
Yes, like Colonel Sanders on holiday in Bangkok. You
And
so
not in Bangkok,
Bangkok.
and
Gotcha.
So-
oyster, oyster.
couple things.
Gourmet Grove?
yes, Gorman's Grove.
Gorman's Grove.
And he had said that it was a shipyard where a whole variety of different things could be applied to a ship. It's where this weapon was crafted. It was run by a real tall, weird-looking dude, but you don't remember much else other than that. However, if you did
Where?
want to, Gorman's Grove,
Heading at least?
somewhere north, if you follow the coast from Far Shore. He would have said. He also, I believe, mentioned a certain kind of enemy that he fought there. You don't recall, unless you took notes, what that enemy was.
I'm getting real uncomfortable real fast.
But there
And like
did
I said,
appear to
it's
be
a
some
spare,
kind of
so
creature
sweat it out. Let's do what we gotta do.
native to that area that was less than ideal.
Right.
Make sure to put it on Miles' side later.
Nope.
Perfect.
Don't remember.
I'll just kill
Fair enough.
those.
Can I roll for it?
You just did.
Tina's
God
ass.
damn it.
So,
Does anyone else remember the
No,
type?
it's okay, she
They're
said
not
it,
paying
yeah.
attention.
No, not at all.
Dangerous creature
It's
abound.
not weird, it's fine.
Singular.
Not weird.
sure.
It just is.
Do I remember if it's aquatic or terrestrial? Or not even?
You do not know. Shay, you see Morwen and Heinrich just disappear, almost like a race down to the bottom of the ship.
Both
Bernal
come back up
follows,
sad
maybe
and
like
empty-handed.
2 minutes afterwards. At this point, Gunter is binding this person's hands. They're seated up against the prow, and he's kind of tying him to the actual gunrail, such that this person is like facing backwards and looking upon the whole ship from the top, kind of like up right beyond where the griffin is. So you can kind of look around the statue and see this very unhappy-looking individual, hands behind his back, and Gunter muttering something to him. There is a small leather bag at Gunter's feet, along with this individual's weapons, his belt, oddly, and then the patch was ripped off of his sleeve that is also on the ground.
Okay. I mean, I'm just monitoring both Gunter and kind of our general surroundings.
Okay.
One, to make sure that Gunter's not actually harming this individual.
Sure. Make a perception check.
So were we even able to search
Physically
the bodies?
or emotionally harming
That's like
is the
on
question.
Sure.
Physically, we're starting there.
Yeah.
I think it's a fair question.
It is a fair question. 14.
14. This individual is fairly hurt.
But just his feelings, or
No, like physically, there's a good amount of dry blood at this point around his shoulder, underneath his neck. You can see that there's like a kind of slice mark that goes fairly deep. The cloth is all very much dry at this point, but like condensed down and hardened. It's dried blood.
Yeah.
So probably not in great shape.
Gunter doing undue.
Is he actively harming him?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Gunter, at this stage, now having bound him, is opening up and going through this leather bag. one thing
I
that
keep waiting for you to say leather daddy. I don't know why.
because that's what you guys were for a
You
very
know
long
exactly
Are we
why.
still
You know exactly
in this
why.
image?
First of all, you guys,
In
I'm
this
fine.
image?
No, you guys that
The
faded,
illusion
that
is
faded
faded.
right at the end of combat.
Okay, good.
Very technically, it faded 6 seconds before combat ended, but it was just
Okay.
more fun for it to.
So
last
great. There's
than
going to be
just
some
6
cool,
seconds.
hopefully, art of us in really fucking weird bondage gear kicking some, like.
I'm sorry,
guard ass.
you're hoping for that?
I'm curious to see what people will come up with because it sounds
What
pretty
do you
funny to me.
Heinrich, you.
You're gonna get some fetishy shit, dude.
Right?
Careful what you wish for.
So if anybody does want to submit
I've been
art,
on the
there
internet
are
before.
18 other sessions that happened.
I've been to anime conventions. I get it.
Oh my God,
So
this
with the
Santa's
20,
bodies.
with the
I'm
23
Japanese. I get it.
for your
23
investigation,
for the investigation, yeah.
you would find amongst the regular guards about 14 pieces of gold,
Okay.
4 pieces of silver, 4 short swords and sets of chainmail. The chainmail is fairly patchwork at this point. And there are like individual rings that are different colors, and a lot of repair has gone into these over time.
Okay. Anything useful?
You find 1 health potion.
Okay.
You found a flask of tiefling fire wine
Okay.
with just a sip missing. You find a set of silver studded earrings, 2 crossbows, and 17 crossbow bolts. On the leader,
How many? Sorry.
17 crossbow
I can't
bolts.
write that fast.
2 crossbows.
2 crossbows, 17 bolts.
Yep.
2 crossbows. Okay. And then 17 bolts.
Ali, you said that Morwen really likes shiny things.
Sure does.
So you approach the leader first, in terms of this looting convention. You find a long sword, 10 gold pieces, a very small iron key, which looks like it might go to manacles of some kind, a small piece of parchment.
I'm sorry. I'm not a quick note taker either.
Sure.
I'm so sorry.
No worries.
One of these days, I swear, I'll have a note taking system opposed to randomly jotting the. Oh, this looks like a fun.
Just so
page.
you guys are aware.
It says. Oh, I thought it said catnips, and it's cantrips.
Cantrips.
Oh.
At 500 followers, you guys are all getting some hand embossed and tooled journals,
Okay.
so that you will have a note taking
Oh my
system.
god, that's so much
because,
better than my sparkly unicorn one that I don't.
I mean,
want to use,
you know,
that I don't
so I
have.
figured it would be nice if you guys had something to take notes, and so that is an eventual goal. We'll get there. Somebody out there will also get one. That's the whole thing.
So I'm sorry. So 10 gold first of all.
I need another pencil.
A small iron key,
Small iron key. That's what I was writing.
Better than this shit.
a small piece of parchment, which says on the 29th of Mirtul, Mirtul, they will be picked up off the shore of Byss. It's handwritten note. That's kind of all you would find on him. Miles, progressing
I'm not gonna
onwards,
take
you
the long sword.
investigate the body of the sorcerer.
Mm-hmm.
You find a patchwork doll in the shape of a bear.
Cute.
One piece of like the head is kind of almost as hard as a rock. It appears to have been chewed on very frequently.
I'll do this shit later.
There is a moldy piece of bread,
Uh-huh.
2 pieces of flint, a mashed up bread candle which appears to have been chewed on, a piece of twine. Make an Arcana check.
I think that's just a 13.
13.
Was it the one that was on your boob earlier?
I lost it.
You lost.
The what?
No, I got my
Damn
boob.
it. Yeah, because Miles just found it. Obviously.
This is magic string.
There are elements of magic to it.
Okay.
You
Is
don't
it
get
there?
much of a sense as to what that might be.
Okay.
Um,
Magic string.
there's a face mask.
Yeah.
Very much Phantom of the Opera minus the bottom part.
Oh, I thought you meant a mask that like.
Yeah, I'm just chucking
made out of-
everything else
made out
overboard.
of
I'm gonna
human
keep.
Skin face.
There's a padlock for the mask.
Yeah. Is that magic?
No.
Okay.
There is a set of robes which are branded for the Obsidian States. They're caster robes for Obsidian.
Okay. So this is like a decent disguise kit.
Yeah.
So broken sorcerer disguise kit.
Sure. And that's kind of all that you find.
Okay, that's
He
fine.
seems to have gathered a number of objects with no real monetary value.
Yeah, I mean he seemed fucking crazy. So.
He was absolutely crazy. Outside of that, you guys don't see a ton of other stuff.
That's okay. Friendship is the real treasure,
Yeah.
and that's why we kill everyone we come across.
All right, so here's the thing. I say loudly to everyone that I can see at least.
Bernal kind of turns around.
I'm gonna.
So currently the three
let's
of you
be,
and Bernal are beneath deck.
Oh.
You, Gunter, and this individual are above deck.
Are we under the statue? Under the lightning gun?
I would. I mean,
Are we, like,
I would
beneath
assume that
the-
you're in the middle. I assumed you wouldn't want to stay in that room.
No. Just checking out sleeping quarters down here, dudes.
Yeah, and so what you do see down there is there's a number of beds you would imagine for the crew all crowded into that back right corridor, with some actual like lockers on the end and a bench and some, it's a place where a bunch of soldiers probably could stay. You remember Baron Dodd's guard. You probably took them with him. Where's Bernal? Bernal is still in the case, but you also would see Baron Dodd's bed is up, kind of where you would imagine a captain's quarter to be. I did.
Up in the so basically, like the captain's quarters or whatever.
Yes, he has like a little deck and a clawed tub and some other things. But down below there are those sleeping quarters. There is another set of 2 twin beds in individual rooms. They seem to be guest rooms. They're actually, thinking about it, very much mimic the guest rooms back at Baron Dodd's manor.
I'm gonna claim one of them.
Okay. You
I don't need the master bedroom, and I really don't care to like fight everyone for it.
I was gonna say you also remember that everybody wants the master bedroom.
Yeah, so I just take a room that I know I can get and don't care to fight over.
Sure.
So
So one of those 2 rooms you can just kind of drop your stuff in.
I'm
my
talking
room.
here.
I know. I'm listening to you as I walk away, and I like poke my head out the door, like leaning back, go, I'm still listening, and then I lean back in and start loading my
Right.
stuff.
You hear like just things hitting the ground, metal, wood, cloth.
An abnormally large amount of things. Or
Yeah, you kind of hear
how little I
one.
seem to be carried.
You hear one thing get set down, and you kind of wait for Heinrich to come out, and then like other things, and other things. You hear like a very heavy object being placed on the ground, and a lot of individual metal pieces. But it takes him a long time to put all of that down.
It's alright. I know what half of them are anyway. I put them in there. So.
Put them in.
I'm gonna put Bernal.
Yeah,
up
I
there.
had your backpack, and I looted a bunch of Baron Dodd's shit, and you haven't even checked it out yet. But I threw in your bag.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, we'll go over that later.
Sorry for reminding you.
No, it's good.
Anyway. So, wait, side note.
Side note.
This boat was originally going like just circling this, correct? So
It
we're
was-
probably about to like get back to like a
You guys
dock
are
or
currently
something?
docked. You guys stopped. You are right outside of Byss. You can see the town and the signal
Moored,
fire.
not docked.
Okay.
Right,
Pardon me?
we're moored. We're not like at.
You're not docked, right?
Yeah.
So you saw him press the guy press the pedal to stop the boat.
Right.
For
yeah,
all of
it's
you, that is
dwarven.
very the only person.
Unboatsman-like.
Yes, unboatsmanlike conduct. Gunter said that this boat it originated at a stone flow, this device anyways, a very, very advanced dwarven city.
Okay.
I don't know if Shay has been there,
Probably not.
but it definitely rivals or surpasses Zinyi technology.
Alright. So we're gonna need a lot more people to man this ship
Yeah.
if we want to get to where we want to go smoothly. Should we try to gather some troops off of Byss? You want me to actually not crash it and to actually dock it and we hire some people or steal some people or
What
kidnap
about-
some people or,
What about
persuade?
What about that Cooper that Shay was hanging out with?
We can see if she'll talk to him. and
Yeah,
see if
Shay, you could ask your friend.
She's
I'm
up on
not
top.
down there.
She's on top there.
Right.
Bernal,
Well,
you're
Shay.
so old. It's okay, Bernal.
I'm actually just 46.
Right, it shows.
Sure.
Well, no, I am.
Night.
I'm not
You
like
look
Gunter.
great for
I'll get-
98.
I would, but I'm also not that old. Point of reference, we could ask Miss Shay about the Cooper. Have you put any thought into how many people would be required to do something this size? It's a much larger ship than our last one.
Yeah, I did. I remember last session I did.
You did.
And I think it was roughly like 20 total, right?
Taking into account the dwarven kind of cruise control that this ship has, and some of the more advanced stuff, you imagine you can get away with 15 people, provided that
In
you had
addition to or total?
total.
Okay.
Provided that you had a captain, a first mate, a quartermaster, a bosun, probably a cook.
I don't know what a bosun is.
Morwen does, and Morwen would know that a
Okay.
bosun is essentially the person that leads repairs, does carpentry.
Oh, anals.
So Analis was in fact your bosun for the first leg of the journey. She left on the Krogamash when that sailed out.
All right.
A wise decision.
Then I
Seems so.
list all of this to Bernal too. Saying we need at least 15 people. I list those specific people.
Correct, and I would say,
I'm not going to say the captain part.
given our current location in Byss, it is a farming town. I can't imagine we're going to find enough people here to reach Farshore in a timely manner.
What about the closest next port of call that we could potentially hire people?
Precisely my point. The closest thing, I actually wouldn't really know. I don't especially know this area terribly well. Do we have a? I remember somebody had a map.
Gunter.
had
And I go upstairs.
Okay, you kind of walk
Right, I
upstairs.
gave him back his bag
Yeah.
of maps. Yeah, I remember he had it for a while.
And Gunter is going through a very different bag. You can see he is holding something fairly shiny. And as he looks over and sees you approach, there is this moment of, he tucks it away,
Whatever.
turns around. I've found a captive,
Yeah.
and I've questioned him thoroughly.
On.
And the guy behind, he just insulted me a lot. Quiet.
You didn't roll for emotional damage. You only rolled for physical.
Don't really care about that part.
If you had any
I don't care
questions,
about
feel free to
feelings.
ask. He's
Just
been
wounds.
removed of anything dangerous. He picks up the bag and just starts walking past you down the stairs.
Oh, Gunter, just the guy I wanted to see.
And as he enters the lower deck, yes, cat lady?
You have maps, right? We're trying to see where's the best point of interest to pick up some people to actually help us man this ship. Because we're gonna, and I'm gonna tell him exactly what we need to. Like, without the captain part, because that has been taken.
So you're asking my opinion as the captain of this ship.
As first mate,
What he ignores that statement. What I would say is we should go to the next nearest port.
I agree, first mate.
Sits down and pulls out the bag of maps and takes out the one that is the trade map of this area and rolls it out. There's a place called Captain's Keep to the north, northeast. We could make it there. You would know better than me about speed. With the people we have, when could we make it?
Can I have a second to write down my note?
You can.
Okay.
Mormon would know that this, with the crew component that you guys have, roughly 5 days to Captain's Keep. Mormon, you would also know, should you want to go to Farshore with your current crew, it would probably take you roughly a month.
Okay. To get to
Farshore.
Oh, okay.
To get to Captain's Keep with your current crew, it would normally take about 2 days. You could get it in 5.
Okay.
Make a history check. At advantage.
Notes, secret notes. Good thing you got that advantage.
History is 11. Farts. Is better than the one that I rolled.
You know a little bit about Captain's Keep, if only because of the story around how it became Captain's Keep. It was not always Captain's Keep. It was a city whose name
Damn,
to you,
Joe.
you do not necessarily remember.
secretly written it down. Oh! I didn't realize you threw it back. I'm sorry.
What you do know is not terribly secret.
Okay. Oh, fair enough.
What, we're on a boat?
It is called Captain's Keep.
Okay.
It is a series of ships that have been joined by docks over time to create sort of a warren of... It's like a city that floats, basically. Not terribly large, much larger than Byss. It is off the coast of a active volcano called the Old Man. You do not know why it is called that, but it is called the Old Man.
Because it looks like Gunter.
The volcano itself overran
As of
the
Gunter.
city that was there. You do not remember the name of the city.
Okay.
But at some point, a pirate captain arrived with his ship, rescued members of that village, and then slowly created Captain's Keep, which is at this point now spread so that the docks of it connect to 2 opposite islands and kind of form a city between them. Outside of that, the only thing that you would know is it is not part of a kingdom of Serentil, which you guys have been in up until now. It is also not officially part of the Sunrest Highlands. It could best be described as a pirate haven.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because of my character and how it's built, I'm sure I'm kind of dying to go there.
You
Not
would
literally.
fit in fairly well. You don't know the laws of that land. You do not know very much about it, but you imagine that
What
you
are
could
laws
make.
anyway?
You imagine you could make your way there.
It's more of a code.
It is actually called the Captain's Code, but we'll
Deal.
potentially get there. So that is the nearest port.
Alright.
I turn to Shay. That Cooper fellow back on the mainland.
Yes.
Do you think you could convince him to come and aid us with this? I know it would be pulling him out of his home, but
Yeah, Shay, do you think you could get him to come?
Guys aren't upstairs.
I'm upstairs.
Bernard's with us.
What
We're not
help
locked
would a
upstairs, too,
Cooper
Bernard.
be on a ship?
Well, as a bosun, somebody who can repair things.
I know you
typically
can,
speaking.
but if we need
Oh,
extra hand,
Miss Shay, that's right. If Shay can fulfill that, then we can instead focus on finding somebody just as a sailor. Much easier to find.
exactly. He seems good with his hands, and well, from what I limitedly gathered, pretty strong-hardy kind of guy.
Yeah, I could ask him.
Would you? And I'm trying to like come down off of this like bloodthirst that I just had in combat, kind of, and I'm just trying to be a
sure.
little more sensitive. It's the internal struggle that I constantly have. Do you think it would be wise? Would you? Not wise. I'm sorry. Do you think it?
Do I think it would be
A
wise?
good idea.
No. Would he help us if I asked? Absolutely.
Would you be comfortable with that?
I don't want to put more people in harm's way in this adventure, but I will ask him if you think we need him.
Any help seems to be what we need right now, especially if, like you say, the world is ending, and it'd be kind of important to have as much help in that as possible.
Fair enough.
Well, if
Y'all
we
are
can
way too diplomatic.
if we can get to shore, I would
The finger
greatly
gang is a lot of
appreciate it.
things. Diplomatic is not one of the things that I would
We're
use
attempting
describe
to
it.
we're attempting
These
to
two
put that.
are.
we're attempting
You
to put
guys,
that
I
on.
was very impressed. Last session, you guys actually almost talked your way through
Yeah,
something.
just you threw Bernal in there.
Yeah, I was way too drunk too, and I somehow came up with something.
Yeah.
What I will say is, if you
Anywho.
go back and watch, I rolled for Bernal to come in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't doubt that there
I
was.
wish you let
you
me
weren't
go
gonna
with my
just like
tactic though.
hand
I
of
will
God. There's no
say.
way they're getting out of this without a combat kind
He
of
held
thing.
his breath for almost 2 minutes. Like
Oh,
he,
nice.
when it ran out, he tried to stay down there.
I still wish I used my plan though.
Yeah.
For Bernal. Just
Anywho, if we can get to shore, I think we would all benefit if you convinced him to join us. That's all I'm saying.
Are we taking a walk?
I feel
I
like
don't
the
know.
ship has dinghies.
Yeah, let's take a look around for a better.
In your investigation, you did not see any rowboats.
Did I find at least like a teleportation circle or anything?
Yeah, just a casual
No
teleportation.
big deal. That has like an undetermined destination you can pick when you use it. Yeah, just some
I don't know.
homebrew
So
magic
Port,
shit.
Port Quinn does not have
No.
a teleportation circle. It's not
Really?
big enough.
Oh.
You would know that a teleportation circle requires a number of things,
Yeah.
the least of which is not the active components to initiate it, and at that time it only stays open for 6 seconds.
Well, yeah.
So you generally need a very big structure to keep the actual circle itself in place, even in a dormant state. Port Quinn doesn't have anything like that. Then you may not have even seen one. The closest one, the monastery has one. You have come across them several times. Dungannon has one.
has what?
Has a teleportation circle. The closest one to Port Quinn is far enough that
Might as well
Hunter
just
probably-
directly go.
Yeah.
Okay. Anywho, taking a walk. Yeah. Let's not move the ship. Let's leave it anchored until we're confident of navigating it out of here.
Taking a walk.
And I guess take a walk. I'm gonna walk on
Since
top.
Since I'm alone with Gunty, I'm gonna be like, we need more people. Do you see any people in Byss that you think we could, get on this boat real easily?
to what?
Get on this boat really easily. Really easily.
What about
Real
the
easy?
Daunt?
Wasn't he
Didn't
there
she
when she
leave?
left?
I think she left.
I don't know.
Well, let's check.
Oh,
Wait, I'm not
shit.
down there.
Yeah. Her and Husk can share a room if you know what I mean.
Heinrich, you remember that they did in fact leave.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Maybe a Robar?
Pretty much everyone's gone.
No, we don't know what happened to Robar. There was no sign of him, but we never saw him leave either.
Shay's friend. We talked to a blacksmith. The orc.
Good enough. Let's go. And then I'm gonna go upstairs now. I'm gonna pat him on the front. Let's go.
You go along. I'm tired. I'm an old dwarf. You know how old I am. And he turns and there's a moment where you do see he goes, you know, and he just walks.
Too many years old.
You see him go up the stairs. You hear the kind of footsteps of Gunter. They're not terribly loud.
They're
A little bit more
straight to the
shuffly.
The crusty.
You hear them
the
go
crusty
across,
crawl.
and you hear the cabin door open to the captain's quarters and shut.
I roll my eyes and go upstairs.
Okay. So you up at the deck. The four of you with Bernal are now standing aboard. It is close to probably midnight at this point. Oh no, probably like 11:30.
Before Gunter goes to bed, I'm gonna open the door
Okay.
and probably be upset that he's probably in his sleeping attire, which I have to assume is inappropriate. No, I'm just kidding.
So are
I'm
you
gonna tell
sneaking?
him-
Are you sneaking in to open this door?
No, I'm just opening the door and I'm telling him, watch the ship. I'm gonna get more people.
I'm gonna
It's all
rest.
you.
I want to put out.
You kind of
vocally
open
to
the door,
rest
and
before
very
we go
briefly,
ashore.
there's a moment where you kind of, huh? And then you just walk away. Okay. I mean, he's staying, so he'll be here on the ship.
I'm just letting him know he's alone on it.
Sure. It's a
He's
great
not
idea.
alone. I'm leaving the Spectre with him.
Are
Just
you?
kidding. Well, no. 60 feet away, it just vanishes. I couldn't think of anything to do with it,
Sure.
so I'm just gonna turn to it and then just dismiss it because I can't think of anything.
Do we
Okay.
think
What do you
it's
do to dismiss it?
wise to leave Gunter alone with the ship?
Does anyone have a spell that can just lock him in
I don't
place?
want to go on shore though.
Gunter.
You know what? I might also
Do you
stay
think
on
I
the ship
should
with
stay?
Gunter. Call me if you need me. I'm gonna stay and rest. I'm pretty fucking hurt.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not doing too well myself actually, but I'm doing well enough to go. It's
Just
12:30.
recruit. Just
It's not quite midnight.
Oh
shit.
fuck! Why aren't we just sleeping and going to town when it's fucking
Because
awake?
I was going to say going around and trying to wake people up to ask them if they want to go on a long voyage into danger, probably not the best strategy.
All right, I go into.
Plus this thing, we do have some time to account for. We need to get moving.
I do. Really
This
worry
isn't
about that.
visibly, yeah. I motioned downstairs to where I left it in my
Okay.
bag.
I am very worried about that.
Yeah.
Obsidian's haste, from what he said, the leader, they seem to have a way of tracking people down. Well, when you guys go tomorrow into town, maybe I can cast Water Walk on you. I'll stay here with Gunter.
Oh, and I'll just
And I can
run
also
it out
take the time
sea.
to make sure that there's nothing else aboard the ship that might give us away. They don't strike me as the kind of people that would only use one of those.
That's true. And also, I got these fancy boots, and I point down to my feet. Like, I can just, run out to sea and throw it somewhere and then come back.
A very good idea. I would wait until we've set out a ways.
Oh, for sure.
What are you guys talking about?
Turns to look at you.
What were you saying?
What were you saying?
Continue.
I'm uncomfortable.
Please do.
This dynamic is very uncomfortable for me.
What?
I'm going to go downstairs. And he very awkwardly
Please-
about faces and walks
Please,
down the
please
stairs.
check for any more of these and any tracking devices.
He's down.
I'm
the
sorry,
stairs.
we're being tracked.
Yeah, didn't you? Weren't you right there when he was looking at it? No?
And with that, good night.
Separately.
And I'm going downstairs.
Okay. Room
So
on the
you
left's
head
mine.
downstairs.
I yell.
So, point in
No,
fact,
I
where
have no
are you
idea
going
about
to
this
sleep?
rock.
You see Bernal kind of go towards the very end, that last bunk in that group of bunks, and he's setting up over there.
Okay. Well,
You do see Ciliel, the pseudo dragon, is on his bed at some point, having joined or been summoned.
I don't want to leave this dude tied to the bow. I'm gonna bring him downstairs.
Okay.
I'm still waiting for an explanation on how we're being tracked.
I'll show you downstairs, but help me with this guy first.
Alright, don't be weird about it.
No, it's
Alright, so
fine.
I grab him. I help you. I help
So we
You go over to
untie
this,
him but keep him bound, and then we'll bring him down, throw him in. I guess is that a larder in the back?
in the back where?
Back corner.
Back left? Yeah.
Well,
That's
no,
where
maybe
all
it's
the
not good.
rations are. And it's ever so slightly colder owing to the fact that there's the windows in there.
Yeah. Where would be a good place to keep this guy? You know what? Why don't we just
Keep him with you.
No. No,
Throw
that's
him in
okay.
with
Yeah,
Gunter.
let him stay with you.
Throw him in with Gunter.
Yeah, let's
Actually, yeah, let's throw him in with Gunter. So we're gonna go.
Are you saying that out loud?
Yeah. Well, they were saying that out loud. I'm
Is
assuming.
that the dwarf?
Yeah, it's to ensure well, you seem to have already made friends, and I just kind of like usher him through the door.
I'm not following you with this one.
Well,
Going in that room
and as
with him.
you open the door, it's not quite panic, but you can see like a resignation to the fact that this is kind of what he has to get through at this point.
Yeah, we're trying to break him.
Gunter is already asleep.
That's
Just
okay.
Passed out, one
okay.
arm over the bed, snoring loudly.
Well, what happens? It's like when you walk into, a perverted bear's like den. It'd be the same type of
Excuse me?
hesitation
I'm
and
sorry,
fear.
are you saying that from like experience?
I've never-
Like what?
I've never met a perverted bear.
You've
Well,
been
you
to,
don't
you've been
know
to
that.
Provincetown.
You don't
Don't
know
lie.
that.
Oh, we're going.
I was gonna
Different
say
kind
you
of bear.
also
All right.
don't
Anyways,
know
but
that.
no.
Different bear.
But for real, whatever. I
It
didn't
seems
want to say
Resigned to his
the
fate.
bears. Yeah. I'm just
Um,
trying to break his spirits a little more so that if we need information, it'd be a little easier if he's softened up by the fact that he's always uncomfortable being around Gunter. I'm using Gunter as a torturing tool.
So
That's
he's
not
quiet. He's
physically.
quiet. Yeah, he's quiet and he stays where you put him.
Yeah, and I tie him nice and fast to the mast that comes through that room. I'm assuming right there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Is that
so
a closet?
the mast itself is incorporated into the wall of the closet to save space.
Okay. Well,
You
what
could
are
put
in
it
the closet?
Okay.
That's I
So
just,
you-
just saw
To
the
save
closet.
space because this ship is so small.
Well, so one
No,
of the
I'm
things,
sorry. I'm just
one of the things that you do have to think about is in terms of creating a closet. If you weren't to put it there, you would take up a whole corner within that actual room. So it actually saves a lot of space. And
I'm
opening
sorry.
the
The
I
mast
closet,
is
see.
already there.
This was it was
there are
curled.
portions of the mast that have added shelves added to it, so it
Yeah.
is used space.
And there's nothing in there currently because it's a newly fitted ship, right?
Correct. There is still the floorboard missing since you didn't replace it, but other than that, it is.
Oh, that's where the stone
yes,
was. Okay,
it was
cool.
hidden beneath the floorboard in that closet.
Okay, I'm gonna put it in there. I'm gonna put him in there,
Okay. You,
and then
stick him
find
in
something
there.
to lash him to.
You have rope, so you can lash him
Cool.
to the
And then
mast,
I'm
no
gonna
problem.
use one of the. I'm gonna check the lock and the key from the broken sorcerer.
Okay.
Do they go
you're-
together?
While you're sort of fidgeting, yes, they do go together.
Yeah.
As you are fidgeting around with it, it appears to be a spare key in case this individual, who is clearly not well, loses his.
Yeah, sure.
However, this, as you were tying him up, would kind of say, so is there a plan for me, or just keeping me with him?
For now, we're gonna leave you here. And we're gonna get some rest. I would advise you do as well. We might have questions tomorrow.
I'll answer whatever questions you want.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to die on this ship.
that's fine.
That's
there
fine.
are other problems.
Go on.
I'm still alive.
Uh-huh.
They're going to assume that I am cooperating with you regardless of my circumstances here.
Yeah.
So when they send somebody to kill you, and they will,
Yeah.
I am now complicit with that. I am highly motivated to help you. Leave me tied up. I understand. What questions do you have? Just tie me up in
Can
a
I get
different...
can I get a sense of his motive of how
Make an insight
truthful
check.
he's being? Here we go. 16.
He seems very
Fucking
honest.
rolling
And
honest.
looking at him, I mean, he is not... You get the sense that he's fairly smart. He's a little bit younger than the others. This is probably, if not his like first kind of mission amongst the first. He's definitely not been here super long. He seems to just not want to die.
That's fine. What's your name?
That's a great question.
Too bad we don't have
The
an
whole
elf
idea-
anymore who
the
only
whole
takes
idea
4
is to
hours to
slowly
rest
turn
and
him.
spend the other 4 watching him.
We need to have him prove his trustworthiness first. I don't want to just be like, oh yeah, that's a good idea. I'll let you go on.
I think you actually introduced
Obviously.
yourself to him. He is
shit. You
My
know
name
what?
is Canor.
Canor? C-A-N-O-R?
Yep.
Canor from Hibsidium's Haste originally. Okay, Canor. Recalling briefly that thing that Gunter was holding when I approached the front, similar or different to the scrying
Very
stone?
different.
Okay.
It's bigger, metallic.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I just do like a quick pat down just to see. I'll be like, I just gotta check you for any.
You took everything,
Even with the towel. It helps, but
but feel free.
Sure, no tracking devices or anything. They don't keep you.
We have one on the ship.
One,
Yes,
to your knowledge.
bunching.
one. It's pretty standard. The thing about it being, it's a starting point. The people that we tend to contract out to, they can find you.
The people we contract to, they can find. Is he referring to Baron Dodd?
Are you asking him?
No. Well, I guess so. Are you referring to the person who was going to buy the ship?
No.
No.
The
Then
Batman? No.
I reapplied.
When a piece of property goes missing that we
appreciate you.
safeguard,
sure.
we dispatch somebody external to our company to retrieve it. It reduces liability on Obsidian's part. It allows us to then claim a certain monetary amount if there was insurance paid on the premium.
You guys have repo men.
It is, they're not ours, and they are not repo
You guys,
men.
you guys hire re-people.
We hire
Re-people.
assassins.
Re-people.
We hire assassins.
Okay, sure. How fast do they act?
It
How-
depends.
okay.
We are not terribly far from the nearest Obsidian outpost.
Where was that, by the way?
It's on the Vigilant Shore.
How many days?
Are you asking him?
Yeah.
From 2, maybe at most.
Okay. So we will rest the night, set sail tomorrow. I'll have more questions for you then.
Very well.
Sorry,
There
what was
are
the
a
short
number
name?
of things that you
What did you
will
say?
want
Vigilant
to
Shore.
know. The Vigilant Shore.
Vigilant Shore.
While this conversation's going on, can I just... I go up to the griffin, to the head of the griffin. I curl up in a little cat ball,
Okay.
and I sleep. But also cat ball, so much so that the feather is right in my nostrils, and
And every now and then, your little cat nose kind of wrinkles as it tickles it ever so slightly in the sea breeze.
it's followed by a smile.
It is. And it's like not
And
the
there's a
most pure
purr.
smile. Yeah.
And
it-
a purr.
okay.
A purr you guys haven't heard before.
Oh, geez.
And no one does. but
Oh,
you're all-
So I
that
am
All right.
resting on the griffin
I'm
head.
in here with this ding dong.
You
Yes.
can mark. You can mark.
You're up
We'll
there.
get to there in a
Yeah.
second.
You're wherever you
figured.
are. I think Brunel Gunther's in this room, sleeping on the bed. I'm in the closet. I think
I just
Brunel's
wanted to
in
get that done while they're having this
Okay.
Sure.
conversation.
And yeah, no problem. You
Okay.
curl up there.
I'm willing to give you chances to prove your trustworthiness here. What information is pertinent to our and your safety?
Well, first of all, this ship is equipped with a number of things that the Fat Man.
Up,
had
number of
added to
things,
it.
drink.
There's
Yeah,
the wheel up top,
autopilot.
imported from Stoneflow. Yes,
Yes.
not autopilot. Not really sure what that is, but it does keep a true course.
Automata. Are you familiar with automata? Things that act on their own accord that do not contain life, machinery.
Like an orc, similar. It's
Well, inorganic. Inorganic.
that's a good one. Yes, full of them.
Oh god.
You see All right. So there is that, and that will reduce the number of crew that you need. I counted 4 of you. We're gonna need more people. I can help there. If you don't trust me, totally understand.
At the moment, not
is
quite.
something-
We were just engaged in combat with each other.
Yes.
You
no,
must
I-
understand.
It is a job. If you are offering me a job, I am not going to be welcome back at Obsidian's Haste.
Of
I can tell
course.
you that. There are. How familiar are you with the area? You're from Dominion.
Port Quinn never traveled too far south.
All right. We can see about. You can see about getting local help. I don't know how much you are familiar with Byss. It is not a thriving port town.
Familiar enough to know that we're not picking up any or many at all, if any, useful crew here.
Normally, I would say the place to go is higher out of Obsidian's Haste. That is probably not your best bet.
Nope.
Captain's Keep, fairly nearby. We could probably limp there in about a week. I don't know if you've ever heard of Captain's Keep, but
I believe in our travels we've heard, and I think the cat lady knows more.
you all seem that you could handle yourselves there. But it is a rough place.
That's fine.
It is a very rough place.
That is very fine.
If we do venture there, I have friends at the Old Crow. We could stop in and see about hiring somebody.
I'm starting to warm up to you. This is good.
I would like to not die, so that is wonderful news.
Wonderful.
If you do have questions about Captain's Keep, I have been there many times. Most of this area I have traveled to.
Good. Well, and I kind of look through the things that I have on my person.
Okay.
Literally looking through things on my
Gotcha.
person.
While this is happening, you settling in for the night?
Yeah, decided that the downstairs is too claustrophobic for me, so I'm up on the deck.
Getting up onto the top of the deck, you see every now and then from the other side of the griffin statue just this little tail kind of out. And you would imagine more when it's up on the front. Would
And
you
in the back.
like to... There is the captain's quarters, which currently is a little crowded. The door is open, and you can see... You can hear Gunter snoring. You can see the very edges of Heinrich's tail as he is leaning in and talking to the closet.
Okay.
There is a sort of like a meeting room up towards the front, as well as another sort of secondary
like a
crew
dragon
quarters area.
It's the closest thing to a Hero Forge can be.
I think I'm actually up on the deck, like in the open air.
Okay, yeah, no problem. There is a crow's nest on this ship.
That.
What,
I
you
was-
didn't
I was
cut out a
thinking of the
tiny
same,
paper
but
circle for the
that.
crow's nest just to put on the board?
No, I didn't.
Just
actually.
kidding.
Right there.
No, I mean like literally like this floor right here.
Crow's nest.
I naively believe that you guys would not fight in the crow's nest. I don't know why I thought that.
I don't know why
Anyways.
either. Now we have to.
I have the
Continue.
I have the plan for it. I have the map for it. I just
I believe
I didn't
it.
draw it out
I
on
have-
like a piece of paper.
I have what I'm gonna
This
I
is
have the
it.
graphic
do at the
paper.
end.
That's not it.
That's the
No,
map.
it's
The mass.
Oh.
it's about
Yeah.
mass.
it's about 6 feet in diameter, so it's like a little bit bigger than one tile on that thing. So you find your way to a very comfortable resting spot, and I'm not even going to make you roll for Shay to get up the rigging. Very, very easy.
Saying no rinky dink.
Make a perception check while you're up there.
25?
Okay. I was like, what rank of 20 are you hitting right now?
Looking out across this midnight ocean, you don't really see any ships in the way. It is fairly peaceful. For the first time, really, since coming to Byss, this is a moment of calm. It is a moment where you're not dodged by harpies or strange cat people, not counting this one, or
Fat like angry
people.
old
fat,
stupid
angry nobles.
Yeah.
This is
Pig
a moment
people.
where
Pig
you are
people.
very close to the
big
sky.
people.
Too quiet.
And it is a very relaxing sensation. And between that and having been able to actually reconnect with Krodok, for the first time in a long time, you do not feel necessarily terribly homesick. You also see very far off in the distance, coming from the nothing, a fire burning. It appears that Ortude is having dinner or in some way preparing something.
17.
Probably not.
Fucking quit it. Please.
You see
Too easy.
just a very faint signature of a torch moving along the shore, probably one of the watch, as they keep watch.
That's weird.
I know. The description.
Wait,
It's almost as
wait a
weird as
minute.
Miles leaving to go leave.
Yeah, I leave to leave. I leave to go leave.
I leave to go leave.
Wait a minute though. Is this boat emanating light at all?
This boat?
Yeah,
No.
that we're on. Good.
You eventually find your way to sleep. What are you doing?
Okay. Canor?
Kanor.
You're asking
Kanor?
Kanor.
Kanor.
Yeah.
Thank you for that information.
Thank you for not killing me.
As I said, starting to warm up to you,
Do you think that you perhaps have warmed up to me to the point where I could not sleep in a closet? Tie me up anywhere that it could be a different closet would be fine.
You know, as a sign of good faith, here, and I lean down and I untie him from wherever I had hitched him up to.
Okay. Kind of flexes his hands and rubs at them.
But keep him
Bound.
bound. Not like untie him.
So he's kind of like this? now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Be like, hold on. And I lead him across the deck
Okay.
into the room with all those beds over there.
Okay.
Since no one's in there.
That doesn't seem smart, but go on.
I trust this guy.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why.
All of a sudden, a tiefling trusts someone. All right.
Kind of racist, but okay.
A
Yeah.
little bit.
I'm just saying the whole campaign.
Anywho, and I look around. Is there a place to like sort of fasten him to one of the beds? Is there a way to do that?
Yeah, you could tie him to the bed frame.
Okay, but like so
There
he
are
can
wooden
sleep
frames
in
that
the
are
bed.
bolted into. Yeah, so you could do it so that his hands are up above him, and then he could lay down.
It's too bad you're not wearing that costume.
I know. I'm thinking like, thank God I'm not wearing the costume right now. Yeah, so I tie him down. I apologize. You must understand. I have just met you,
I'm not with the dwarf.
and
This is fine.
and at least you're, moderately comfortable. I hope that.
Again, don't even care about the comfort.
I hope that you are seeing. Anyways, and then he looks pretty banged up, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna use the healing potion. I'll be like, all right, open up, and then I administer.
Looks a little confused, but then sees the healing potion and kind of nods and opens his mouth.
Okay.
You just drinks the whole thing.
Yeah.
You could
I'm
roll
pulling
healing
a
for him.
Jordan.
Yeah, but damn.
You could roll healing
Yeah.
for him.
So that's 7.
Just keep
So-
in mind this
okay.
might all bite you in the ass.
I don't know.
Putting him to
If
bed.
it does, I'll become
alone,
more of an asshole.
And healing
Can our-
him.
I'm opening up to see if being more. Whatever. I have my own motives. You're sleeping underneath a giant griffin butt, so whatever.
Sniffing a feather.
Yeah,
And I'm
seriously. You
having
got your
really
own issues,
and
I
I'm
got
having
mine.
really
You
sexy
deal with your
dreams,
shit.
and then
so.
all of a sudden you come and interrupt, and I'm like,
You're
fuck
not.
this
You're
guy.
up on
What?
top. What are you talking about? You're not
Meow.
close. All right.
Hiss.
So,
I feel. So hold on. There's more. So I feel feeling better. Are you feeling
yes.
better?
And
Okay.
looking, you can see that that wound is kind of healed and scabbed over to the point where it's almost kind of peeling off now.
Okay.
And you see just pink healing skin underneath.
Okay. And then I say, all right. And now I take out one of the bottles of elvish wine. And I'm like, to help you sleep.
Very nice. I don't actually drink.
It's more for me. That's fine. Figured I'd offer.
I appreciate
Peace
it.
offering here.
There is wine in the larder.
I wouldn't have seen that with my 23.
You did. You found it.
You said rations, but you didn't say wine.
On a ship, alcohol is certainly part of rations.
Okay, cool. All right, we'll go over that later. All right, I'll be like, well, I expect to see you here in the morning. I know you probably
So do
couldn't.
I, because I'm tied to the bed.
Yeah. But don't get any ideas other than I'm warming up to you, but and I kind of do one of these as I back out the door.
Well, not knowing you. Also, where would I go? We're on an island with, well, I did think of something that you should know. We're
Okay.
due to be picked up tomorrow, which means in the very spot that we currently are, at some point tomorrow, I am unclear as to when, there will be a Hypsidium's Haste ship coming in. This is a poor place to lay anchor. Didn't think of it until just now because you said waking up. But
Autopilot to the other side of the island, then maybe.
again, not sure what a pilot is, but when you set the course, it will stay true in a straight line.
Do we just leave people? I will think on that. Thank you. And then
Just so you know, but I also don't want to die.
don't
so
worry. We don't either. You are in at least the same company in regards to that.
you fought against Cad, right? Our sorcerer.
Yeah. Let me guess. One of many.
Maybe. I'm not really familiar with sorcery. That's more of like a sunrest thing. The people that Obsidian tends to hire make him look like a joke. And he is a terrifying individual. Was a terrifying individual. We just need to be very careful. You seem like a very strong bunch. I am mildly concerned that you would not be able to keep me safe.
Well, unfortunately, we're the best you got now.
It's not unfortunate, but I have said what I can.
Okay. Duly noted. Rest as easily as you can. Good night. And I.
And he kind of gives you one of those, like, kind of tries to gesture like a goodbye to you.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say a wink. Too
No.
bad.
No.
And then I back out, and then I use the lock to lock the door.
Okay. The key? Oh, the padlock.
The padlock from the mast,
Yeah,
just to
you
lock
can,
the
you
door.
can absolutely do that. So,
just as like a double safety.
sure. It clicks right in.
Slow
There's a
to warm,
space.
but
on all of these doors,
okay.
there are spaces for padlocks or slide bars.
I imagine with Baron Dodd and all that's weird.
More because in a storm you'd want to secure the door.
Yeah, true.
But yeah, it's very easy to do. There's a place just for it. Locks
Okay.
easily.
So I go and I stand out in the cool night breeze.
Yes,
Please,
and it is
please.
very cool. Probably
Please, I'm trying to imagine it so hard.
dropping
It's so
close
hot
to
right now.
around 42 degrees Fahrenheit. It's getting
You have
very.
Fahrenheit here?
I'm using Fahrenheit because we're broadcasting to Americans,
Okay.
and we're all Americans.
Celsius is so much easier.
I'm not getting into this.
all right, we're not gonna go there. It's fine. So I think, fuck, we probably shouldn't stay here. How badly do we need these people on shore? And I look around and I don't see anyone. Is there
Yeah,
any-
it's just you standing in the hallway
Yeah.
right now.
I might just go and move the ship on my own. But I'm so scared of doing that because I don't want to sink this one too. Are we in the Bone Reef?
Yes,
Okay.
you are amongst the bone reef. You're not
Amongst
in
the
it.
bone
like,
reef.
like more would put you in it. You're amongst it.
I feel like we should definitely not stay here. I think we might just have to leave everyone behind and try our best at sea.
In all fairness, you can wake people up.
I know. I think I'm gonna go and wake you up. Because I don't see you.
It takes a minute to find
I don't.
Lauren.
Yeah, I search for
You
sure.
search through the rooms and you kind of peek in the captain's room. You actually would know she's not in the captain's room because you just came out of there.
Right.
But after about 5 minutes, just kind of looking
full
around,
circle.
You do full circle, and you do eventually see this little tail kind of moving.
Uh-huh.
You find Morwen.
Yeah.
What's the hawk's name?
The who's?
The hawk.
Kraddock. Krawtic.
Kraw.
Tic.
So you're waking me up?
Yeah. I kind of
All
like.
right.
I lean down and shake you
Chronic. Oh! Hello.
Sorry to wake you.
You should be.
Yeah. The people
I
who.
said chronic instead of chronic.
Chronic. Yeah. Well, you call me a hiccup or whatever.
Heimlich.
Heimlich maneuver.
Oh, hiccup's a good one.
Hiccup is a good one.
I was talking to our new friend, and he said that most likely the crew who we dispatched were due to be picked up at this very spot tomorrow morning.
Are we also having this conversation on the head of the griffin?
Yeah,
Did
you
you
guys-
On the
crawl
head.
up to do that?
No, I'm
yeah.
standing down. I would have yanked on your. I don't know. I wouldn't. I would be standing awkwardly, all Skyrim style, 1 foot hovering in the air on the invisible hitbox of this thing.
Yep.
Yeah, you're standing on the base, and,
And you're just like,
Yeah.
brrr, brrr, like-
Yeah. Like 1 foot's just kind of going up and down, trying to find the level.
every now and,
And
then
you're
his head,
walking, and
twists
you're like-
halfway around.
Yeah. And then I start
yeah.
All of a sudden,
rotating.
Shay's sleeping
Yep,
body
yep,
drifts
yep.
up through the floor.
Yep.
Yep. Cool. And then a frost troll and comes spitting through the air.
Oh, yeah.
Alright, anyways, so yes, the crew that we so diligently dispatched, save the one, were due to be picked up here, this exact location tomorrow morning. I think we should probably just leave. if this ship can pilot itself, we only need to keep watch, not actively necessarily sailing unless need be, to get far enough away that we could get rid of the tracking device. And I kind of mentioned to you that was the thing that I was going to show you before you disappeared. They can see us and find us at any point with this thing on board, and if we were to leave it here, they would know to at least come ashore and probably question everyone as to where we were, what our heading was, and all that. If we throw it out in the middle of the ocean, it'd be much harder for them to find us.
Okay.
We can rest once we're out to sea, taking watch rotations. I'm sure at least the two of us could do that.
I crawl down.
I'm sure Miss
Kinda
Shay,
sleepy,
wherever
and I'm
she is, I say Miss
I go over
Shay because
to
I'm
the-
taking on Bernal's apparent verbiage, but
Sure.
I'm sure Shay, wherever she is, would be able to probably be prescient to anything.
I'm already
attacking us.
walking towards the wheel.
And I'm like, okay, good, yeah.
Warren just kind of goes
Yeah.
past you. You
Alright.
approach the wheel, and it is it's a wheel.
I'm going to sail this ship away from my first mistake.
Okay.
Don't be literal in the way
First
because there's
mistake?
probably bone reef on the other side too.
I'm
There is.
avoiding the
Away.
bone reef.
Be very cautious of your wording.
I think after sinking it and after walking through it, I'd like to think I have a good idea.
Sure. Okay.
I'm going to also aid the like.
The navigation.
Okay, watch out.
Okay.
Okay, watch out. Okay, watch out. Back, a little to your left.
Fair enough. Make a perception check.
Okay. Fuck yeah, dude. I'm killing it. 19.
19. All
Dude,
right.
Jesus. Nice.
This is gonna be like a survival check. So go ahead and make a survival check.
Just charm
What
the
is
shit
that?
out of these waters.
8.
Okay.
Flat 8.
You can roll at advantage actually because as you approach this other outcrop of bone reef,
14.
great. As you approach this outcropping of bone reef, Heinrich, with his dark vision, is able to just make out these sort of stretching tendrils, or not tendrils, but almost like a grasping
Fingers.
hand of
Are they going to say the old
Fingers.
no
Keep with
of
the
this
theme,
bone
man.
reef. You guys did pass your old shipwreck. It's roughly like 5 miles behind you.
I kind of make one of
Not
those
quite,
like,
not even 5 miles.
I make one of those like tiefling religious symbols. That's
Yeah.
the equivalent of doing the cross thing, but like
Yeah, there's a brief moment where, like, as you you can hear the whole ship kind of creak as it shifts ever so slightly, and you hear this kind of as it scrapes along the bottom.
Yeah, and I turn and glare
Doesn't-
at you, being like, Captain.
Doesn't deal any damage.
How could I have avoided that?
It's aesthetic damage for sure.
Yeah,
There's like a
it's
slump
underwater, who
scrape
cares?
along, but it doesn't. It's not. You're not taking on any water.
Good.
You manage to escape the clutches of the bone reef, and without too
thank
much
God.
issue, navigate around back towards the nothing.
Okay, as that, I'm just gonna quickly run down and tell Bernal of our plan too.
Okay, he's asleep.
Having
I'm gonna wake him up
Okay.
like as gently as I can.
Hmm. Sorry, Mr. Heinrich.
Real quick.
And
Where's
on his shoulder, the little head of Cilia, the pseudo dragon, kind of pops up. Its eyes sleepy.
Oh, I love him.
quickly, just so you know, we're not waiting around here. We don't want to be discovered. We're heading out to sea right now. You can go back to sleep unless you want to. Well, just so you know.
It sounds like I should probably at least go up in case anything happens.
Get us our heading to the captain's, what is it called?
Captain's Keep.
No. That's the location.
Mhm. Yeah.
Captain's Keep.
Okay. Does Gunter know how to get us there?
Then I smile. I'm like, we're working on the captain situation.
But Gunter is steering the boat, correct? Oh dear.
The,
And he
the,
gets
the,
up and kind of
the boat
holds
is
out his
being
arm.
steered by dwarven design, let's just say.
Cilia climbs onto his arm and he sort of moves up. He pops up and says, "Oh,
Shit.
Miss Morwen."
Ahoy! You're awake early.
Yes.
Round 2. Buckle up.
We made it clear of the bone reef. We're in open water. She has been there before,
Nope.
and we know the heading from the maps, right?
I do.
Yeah.
You don't.
could you aid in navigating us? At least to get the heading so that we may take a rotating rest.
I have never been to Captain's Keep, but if you have
Sure.
a map, I'm sure that I
Correct.
can
Yeah,
figure
the
it out.
map. And you
No.
have it. You don't have it.
Bernal was looking at the map with me,
Yeah.
wasn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, so we both know where it
Does
is.
he- does he-
don't we?
He
Does he
knows
still have it?
he's seen the map. He does not know, like, he doesn't, it didn't memorize
Does Gunter
it.
still have it?
Did
You know
I?
what?
Did I?
I'm gonna-
Fun point of fact, actually, he does. He has it memorized. He's seen it within the last 30 days.
Yeah.
So he kind of closes his eyes.
I figure because we were all looking at it for a while.
If
we might
you-
have had a
Bernal, if you
general
need it,
idea.
I can go retrieve it. I'm assuming, and I looked at you.
Oh,
Gunter
I
still
don't-
has it.
Need the map. I have it.
Okay.
I think. Yeah, we could do it. Without enough people to really manage the sails, we're going to go off course a little bit.
That's
Um,
all right as long as we're in open water and not in immediate peril.
Absolutely, yeah. We can make it.
We
work.
need
I
to
would
rest.
imagine somebody should keep watch.
We need to rest. Yes.
And somebody who's not me. I am still quite hurt.
Yeah, me as well.
I'll
you
keep
first.
watch.
Maybe we could wake up Gunter or Shay,
I don't know where Shay went.
and they could steer, keep watch.
Rude.
I suppose.
Heard
one-
that.
I suppose since Gunter didn't really help in the combat last that much, we could probably force him to assume the role of captain. I'm sure he would be more than happy.
The fuck you just say?
I say that lowly so as not to.
I can go try to wake him up.
Sure, you two seem to have developed a rapport.
I think knowing a little bit more about Gunter has helped me understand why he is the way he is.
I'll learn that from him myself.
I'll see if I can get him up. And he turns, and with Cilio on his shoulder now, with its head down, still kind of trying to sleep, he heads off towards the captain's quarters. In the meantime, where are you steering the ship to?
As far as I know, the captain's keep from
Okay.
looking at the map.
So setting your course and heading in that direction?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's arc a little widely so we're not like near land or anything.
I mean, in all fairness, like I said, I was looking at the map with Gunter, so
Yeah.
I'd like to think that I have a general
Yeah, you
idea, if
absolutely
not exact
do.
point.
You absolutely do. And
So-
without too much of a problem.
That
that-
is my.
With that, I'm going to retire and get some rest. Call me when you need, or whoever needs to rotate me into the watch. Would be more than willing to do so.
You head down.
Yeah.
About 10 minutes pass. You don't hear anything from the captain's quarters until you hear the door shut and you see Bernal kind of approach. Gunter, I don't think he's dead because he's snoring, but he's really hard to wake. I'm gonna leave Syl here with you. And he just kind of pulls his shoulder down, and the pseudo dragon crawls up at your feet, just kind of circles once, and then like a cat sort of lays down and goes back to sleep up against the base of the steering wheel.
I'm making these expressions like.
He looks down, and in Elvish, he says, he does not know that you speak Elvish. Just keep an eye on her, and if she's going to crash the ship, just wake me up. Good night, Miss Mormon. And he turns and heads below deck.
Right before he turns around, I'm gonna say goodnight, Nelvish.
He kind of just continues downstairs. As a point of reference, as there was this kind of stiffening in Bernal's posture, you would have noticed in Cilio this ever so slight kind of stiffening in it. So they do have some kind of
Mimicry.
a psychic link. Another half an hour goes by. You are fairly tired. You did go through a fair amount today. Could you make a Constitution saving throw at advantage, please?
I'm not rolling well tonight. That's a 7.
A 7? Okay.
I'm exhausted.
Another no.
Oh, okay. I'm
Another
sorry.
hour goes by.
Yeah.
Okay. You kind of blink for a moment, and as you open your eyes, it is light out. A couple hours have passed. Based on where the sun is, it's roughly 8 in the morning. About 6 hours have passed. You have gained the benefits of a long rest. Looking around,
No, but I have no idea where we are. I bet.
there are no landmarks in sight. You can mark off a long rest. You can mark off a long rest. Bernal himself marks off a long rest.
Gunter would too, and so would
Gunter regains the 0 hit points he
Kanor.
lost. Kanor does regain his health, although Kanor only had 1 health point missing at this point. So, you definitely come to first. You feel hot, despite the fact that the air is cool. You've been sitting in the rising sun now, motionless for about 4 hours, given the time.
you've eaten the condition sunburn.
It is sunny. It is cool. The first person to wake would be Shay. And Shay, you wake up. It's still dark beneath the decks. Nothing's. You're still wet. You're dry.
Dark.
That's
beneath
great.
the
That's
decks.
great.
She's up on
Oh, sorry. Right. You're up in the crow's nest. So you would wake to
the
sunlight.
sunburn.
Not sunburn.
Not sunburn.
Shay probably cannot get sunburned.
You're glowing with health from being photosynthetically recharged, right?
It is cool.
Totally.
It is refreshing up there. For you, it is very comfortable. Waking up, make a perception check.
28.
28. You see no land masses nearby. So at this point, as far as you know, you're out to sea. You're on your journey. You see beneath the ship some small, dark, moving shapes, which very quickly, with your eyesight, you can tell appears to be a pod of dolphins following you guys along.
Alright.
Which, to you, there are no dolphins up north,
No.
anywhere vaguely nearby. So
Hell, you don't even know what a dolphin is.
there are these like sea dogs that just very gracefully
Seahorses.
are sort of just keeping pace with the ship. They seem innocuous enough. They are very close, but they're not very large. They don't seem malevolent in any way. But they are keeping pace with their ship. With that roll, there's not a whole lot else out around.
I
You
have
guys are out
Something's
to
bag
sea.
of maps. Sorry.
Something's bag of maps is the bag of maps that you guys had.
Oh, so Gunter has that. I'm
Correct.
gonna erase this.
I'm going to make my way down and go find out from Morwen what she's doing.
And so you see a very tired Morwen. Actually, not tired, but like just having woken up.
First thing I do when I get up, by the way, I really want to chuck this thing out into the water.
Okay.
Like, I don't want to let that go by the wayside.
As you wake up, Morwen, are you in any way disguising the fact that you have no idea where you guys are?
Nope.
Morwen looks a little confused. But
Awesome.
there she is. She is the only one currently awake.
And Cilliel didn't wake up or no?
Cilliel, nothing is going wrong.
Okay, gotcha.
I was told to take the first watch, and I tried.
Where are we?
That's a good question.
Should go wake up the
Make a
cap-
survival check.
Me?
Without Matt
Yep.
even being here, he's being closer and closer to like.
I'm
the
not
elected
rolling
captain.
well.
You're
7.
really not.
You are out to sea.
We're out at sea.
You're in the Anacrean Ocean, if that's helpful to you at all.
We're in the Nagrian Ocean, if that's helpful to you at all.
It's really not.
Didn't think so.
Can I get up and chuck this stone? It's giving me anxiety.
You are not awake yet.
I'm
Oh,
gonna eat a
fuck.
portion.
Oh,
A portion?
a ration?
A
Okay.
ration.
You eat a portion.
A portion.
I'm gonna
Um,
go wake everybody else up.
Okay.
Except for maybe Gunter. Because
Heinrich, you can unmark a long. No, I'm kidding.
Oh,
you,
fuck.
you head downstairs. Who are you waking up first?
I don't know how you unmark a rest.
Who's
Right.
in
You can
eyesight
zoom in
coming
on the cameras
down?
and then look and read all the numbers.
Yeah,
Like,
right.
Is anybody in eyesight coming down, or do I have to start?
Coming down
Bernal
in
would be, like-
eyesight,
Bernal would be, like here. And
you
would be,
yeah. Given it's dark down here, you could make out
They don't have those fancy like glass things in the
there.
deck
There's
to,
very
no light.
very no. There's one up on top of the deck that you remember the captain putting up there, or the leader putting up there.
It's been, like,
outside of
open
that,
for the light, to, like sunlight to come in. It seems
there is
weird
sunlight
that a
coming.
ship wouldn't have
There's
it.
sunlight coming through, like right where you are going down, because there is an open hatch. Outside of about 15 feet, it gets very dark, and you do not have dark vision, so it's difficult to see. Within the actual rooms themselves, there are windows. Within this part and where that crew is, there's not. Or where the crew
I'm just gonna
quarters.
start making noise.
Okay. You just stomping around, or
Yep.
what? Okay.
Banging on the wall.
Start.
Get up!
And you hear just off in the darkness. Michelle?
There's a slight problem.
Of course.
Get up.
You hear fumbling, and you hear like a loud, ow. That was not loud in any way. You hear a loud, ow.
What? What are you looking at?
Ugh. In the darkness. Suddenly, Bernal just kind of appears, hair tousled, beard kind of matted to one side.
Like this.
Yep. Absolutely. Like
Just
that.
stumbling. Eyes wide. It's the second time in the stream. Not this stream, but in the stream's history.
Is that another drink?
Looks a little sleepy.
No, I don't think that's the ticker yet.
What's the problem?
It's morning.
That seems
Morwen
to
doesn't
be...
know where we are.
Okay, that's the problem.
That's the problem.
Mr. Heinrich, and he kind of makes his way up.
Up? Well, I'm still down.
He does not know that.
Okay.
He heads up onto the deck. Mr. Heinrich, Gunter, Miss Morwen.
Morning. Ahoy. You're awake early.
I am not.
Oh.
I have heard that you were not awake either, especially early.
Yep.
Well, there are no stars to guide me, so I do not know where we are either.
Cool.
How do we resolve this situation? You
got a compass?
No.
Moral compass. Questionable.
I feel like of all the people aboard at the moment, I have the least questionable moral compass, with
Fair
perhaps
enough.
the exception of Shay.
Where's the pseudo dragon? No, asking Joe.
Oh,
Not-
like
yeah,
down
asking,
at your feet,
Asking DM.
still asleep.
Still asleep? Oh. I pet it.
It wakes up, one of the big eye kind of opening, the other one opening, and it stretches in sort of a very cat-like manner, curls up around Bernal's leg and kind of scales his robes up to his shoulder, finding purchase. Very absentmindedly, Bernal pulls out a little chunk of dried meat and feeds it to Cilio.
I'm going to suggest that while we might, I'm not saying we are potentially lost, would be a good time to get rid of that tracker, and then we can figure it out.
Lost is the best
Again,
place
my
to get
question
found.
is, what is the figuring it out part going to be? Because I don't have a compass. We could wait until nightfall, maybe drop anchor, although I doubt an anchor would reach the floor wherever we are.
The ship has got to have a fucking compass on it.
It's got what?
Got to have a compass on it. I wouldn't have found that.
You would have if there was one.
That seems really a big oversight for a seafaring vessel.
Considering that this vessel can keep itself in a straight bearing,
Yeah.
if you begin in one place and you have traveled enough in
then-
an area, I would
Okay, well then
imagine
wait
you
a
don't
minute.
need a compass.
Well, I guess I'm not awake. Okay.
Well, I'm currently
Shoulda.
kind of stumbling your direction.
Well, then why not wait for night? Why don't I mean, we're just at sea. There's no danger ahead. I don't really see the problem. I mean,
The
we're
problem
gonna
is,
get where we
a ship
need to
this
go.
size, regardless of the crew, will travel close to 100 miles a day. And if we're traveling in the wrong direction, that's 100 miles in the wrong direction. So, if we're traveling, say, back to Byss and going in a large circle, we may in fact run across a vessel of a company we do not want to come across.
So what do
Especially
you-
seeing
so
as
what
how
do
we
you
have a
suggest?
tracker still aboard the ship.
Yeah.
What do you
Can someone
suggest?
fucking wake me up,
I'm
please, so we can get rid of this?
Trying.
As you enter, you, with your passive perception, hear, first of all, Heinrich stirring, but also in another room with a padlock on it, which you did not see previous, a voice kind of say, "Will somebody let me out now, please?"
Get to that in a minute.
You cannot, because it is
No, I'm
locked.
not even gonna
So yes, you're not opening that.
Not even
Heinrich,
gonna go
you
there.
come to consciousness, hearing this thudding outside in a muffled voice.
Alright, what are my dreams?
Didn't necessarily have any.
Oh, that's weird.
If you did, they were fairly innocuous. no
That's
musical
probably
component
best.
to it. As far as you can generally tell, your patron does not seem to communicate in dreams very much, if at all.
That's probably a good thing. Just through my sword.
And again, you do hear that kind of like banging.
Yeah,
as
yeah,
Shay,
I get up and immediately just like reach, because I'm like paranoid about the striker. I reach into the bag and extract it.
it is in your hand. You have the stone.
Wonderful. And then I ready myself because it sounds like a panic. So I get the sword out in one hand.
Cast any spells?
No.
Mage armor?
Oh, mage armor? Yeah, well that's a bread and butter. That's
I'm
like
just making sure.
yeah. As
So
soon
you
as I
cast-
wake up every morning, at least as long as I'm expecting. Well, whatever. Yeah, mage
Okay.
armor.
Mage
immediately.
armor's up. Approaching the door, you would come out, and in the hallway you
I
see.
have
Shay.
like the pact weapon. Like it's like
your
it's
hand?
like a
Okay.
panic. So like I react in like this like, and it's just like natural almost. Like
Okay, yeah,
mage
sleight of
armor
hand check.
and that sleight of hand check.
Mhm.
Sleight of hand check. Fucking 22.
Okay. Even in a panic, you're able to do it in a way that doesn't damage anything around you.
Okay,
It
good.
is just when it appears in your hand.
Yeah, it can't appear in an occupied space. So.
It cannot, but if you swing it as you
Well, I
are
didn't.
coming to,
Well, okay, fair enough. Okay, and I like burst the door open and the stone in one hand and the other sword, like the sword, just kind of like, what,
whack,
what's
the
going
door
on? What's going on?
slams against the frame.
If there's no light, I can't see it. So.
You hear a little kind of like a little eep coming from the other room. You see Shay.
Yeah. What, Shay? What's going on?
Morwen got us lost.
What time is it?
Morning.
Is it my watch?
It's morning.
It's morning,
It's morning.
and I like uncast the sword
Okay, and
because I don't
this
know.
inky kind of black shape.
If
that
she
you,
could
you,
see.
you so very interestingly, it is darker than the surrounding shadows. You get like hints from where you are. The door is open, and that hallway is not terribly long, so there is dim light. Not even dim; it's very, very dark. But you make out that there is this profound lack of light within Heinrich's hand, and suddenly that's gone. It's just normal darkness.
And I walk right by.
And walk
Like
right
I have to
by.
get rid of this. Hold on, sorry. And then just.
Okay, just walks right by you.
I'm gonna grab onto his shoulder and
Okay.
follow him out.
Okay.
And then immediately coming up on top,
Good morning.
and then I just chuck the stone.
Okay.
Wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably safest. I don't want to get off this boat and have to climb back on. I just
Reach
chuck
back
it.
and you chuck the stone, and you see it kind of disappear and sink beneath the water.
Perfect.
Yeah, there's like a.
Yeah.
You don't hear because it's kind of far away. But
And
it-
also the
it-
water's disturbed, so.
yeah, and you can hear you can hear the waves and everything.
Alright,
But it disappears beneath the turbulent tops of the water.
Turbulent tops.
It's
Tubular.
as sunny and cool as it is. There is a fairly strong breeze, and so there is every now and then kind of white caps, and the sea is a little bit more agitated than you were maybe used to.
And then in a little bit of an anger, I turn. Where are we? Are
Let's
we?
see.
Everyone's saying we're lost. We're lost.
Yes.
Why is it morning? Why wasn't I woken up from my watch?
Because Morwen fell asleep. You remember yesterday when I said maybe we should wake Guntyr or choose almost literally anybody.
Well, you were
else
gonna
as
wake
captain.
Guntyr. Why didn't he wake?
Because he's Guntyr.
And I just walk in to the room where Gunther's sleeping.
Okay. And he is still sleeping.
And I
very much
kick the
sprawled
bed.
out. There is. Okay, Constitution saving throw because he's waking up. Okay. He jolts awake, and it's very. Where are we?
Heavy
what time
sleeper,
is it?
huh?
When you get to be 287
Not-
years old,
not for that.
you will sleep heavily as well.
All right, listen. I have some good news and some
Oh,
bad
lucky
news.
you didn't kill me. I'm an old man.
Yeah,
an
yeah,
old
yeah,
dwarf.
yeah. That's okay. Fine. What? I have good news and bad news.
Wipes all of the crusted drool away from his face.
Yeah,
Start with the bad news.
we're lost at sea.
I'm actually not that surprised. What
Well-
is the good news? I'm happy that there's good news.
Your captain, go up and take the helm and get us some sort of heading that's right.
Okay. And he,
This ship can pilot itself it seems that we were on a good heading. I don't know if you have any ability to gauge.
Walks past you as you were talking.
Anyways, whatever, fine. And
Reaches the
then-
door, kind of draws himself up a little bit, takes the hat off of the table, places on his head.
I'm gonna be walking over to Joe.
Strides out, one hand held in front of his stomach, the other folded carefully behind his back, in what Gunter imagines an admiral would walk like. Approaches you. Cat lady, a word.
Okay.
Which means everybody else leave.
I'm already gone.
Bernal kind of
I'm already going to get
All
Taylor
right.
out.
turns around, goes down.
Just cross my arms.
Cat lady, a word in my quarters. And he turns and goes back into the captain's
So no one's
chamber.
piloting the ship. Oh shit, that's
Fuck you guys. I'm gonna walk downstairs and leave the ship then.
leave the ship.
Are you following Gunter?
Unheld,
Are you following
yes.
Gunter? Or just okay. So into the captain's quarters.
No,
on the
I
same-
just
on
dive
same
into the
deck.
water and swim away.
You just do one of those
Forever.
like arms at your side, just jump off. the
Goodbye, Adventures of Alberon.
Walk to the side and just face flop down.
I belly flop and just.
You do what that dude from Game of Thrones off the side of the in King's Landing.
Just take a
The
step off.
Yeah, the suicide.
Gunter shuts the door. Cat lady, I believe we had an understanding. I did not want to be the captain. What is this? Why has this happened?
Because everyone made me take the first shift, even though I was super hurt, and everyone fell asleep. And I fell asleep too. And I'm sorry, I'm only. Not human. Damn.
Quite frankly, between everybody aboard the
Immortal.
ship, you are the second most qualified, but the person who should be leading at the moment. So, you don't need to apologize to me. You should apologize to everybody else. We all make,
I start crying.
most of us make mistakes. That's embarrassing.
I'm
Please stop.
sobbing.
We'll do it.
I fall to the ground and I'm crying.
I've only had one talent all of my
Okay,
life.
please.
It's been a short life, and I
Oh,
know, but it's all
this
I've
is
ever
not what I
known.
wanted.
And everyone hates me.
I will fix your problem. And he turns around and
Please,
heads
they
out.
all hate me.
And I stand up and I'm like,
It's fucking Deception +8.
Goes over to this wheel, and immediately apparent to you, Shay, he does not, because you do know how to steer a ship. You've been around them. He kind of looks over and is looking at the wheel, sort of touches it and turns it a little bit. As the ship starts to move, he turns it back. Turns around and walks back into the captain's quarters.
I go back into crying.
I just need. I will help. I need you to set up the wheel thing.
The what then?
The wheel thing. The thing that makes the ship turn.
Do you need help steering the ship?
I don't need help. Just come with me. And he turns and walks back to the wheel. As he comes out, he looks a little discombobulated, but snaps back to his fake admiral routine. You follow him?
Yeah.
Okay. Now he puts a hand on your shoulder. Steer the ship that way, and he casts guidance on you. Go ahead and make a survival check. You could add.
Not
I want to say
rolling well.
you can add a
but-
D4 to that.
Is that another 6?
Yeah.
Wow, you have one number every night. That's
Hey,
ridiculous.
What am I rolling?
Survival.
Oh, so 8.
Okay. You begin turning the wheel. Gunter says, "All right, stop. Perfect. Damn. Go get some rest. You've been up all night. I'll take this watch. Go.
Okay. We're going to the captain's quarters.
You proceed there. Do you take a catnap?
But not in the bed.
Okay.
I
that's
curl
probably
up
a
on
good idea.
what is this?
It's a clawed bathtub. It is very large.
I don't want that. I go in the couch.
Okay. Crawling up into this sort of armchair, you make yourself fairly comfortable. Very quickly you fall asleep. You are quite tired, on the edge of exhaustion.
Smelling the feather.
Gunter takes the first watch. He is now steering the ship. He has not touched the wheel, although he holds his hands, like hover hands over the pegs. But he does not, at any point, you notice with your passive perception, without issue, touch the wheel. You get the vague sense that you are headed in like a southeasterly direction. What are you guys all doing?
I'm unlocking the door to Kanor's room.
You see Kanor looks fairly uncomfortable, but is awake and still tied to the bed.
Yeah, now that we're like so far out to sea, it doesn't really matter. I untie him and unbind him.
Okay. Thank you, first of all.
Yeah.
Am I free to remain like this, or are we going somewhere?
I'll be walking with you.
I mean, are you tying me up somewhere else?
We're far out to sea. I see no need immediately to do that. Trust.
I will reward that trust.
Good. And I just gesture to the door. Fresh air. Go ahead.
Please.
And I'm gonna like kind of hover around him. Though.
Okay. He walks
Always
out.
within like 15 feet of him.
You guys see a member of Obsidian's Haste, a little bit of bruising, but most of his wounds have healed. Emerge onto the deck.
Can we get him a mini?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We should probably get you some new clothing.
Yes. I was actually about to ask if you had anything. I would be happy to trade these if they were of help to you, but I should not be sporting this.
With their markings at the moment, no. We can keep them in the hold, maybe repaint them another time.
Whatever you would like to do with them, they're yours if I could have a replacement.
Now, is there anything else that I didn't find, like clothes on the ship or anything? Not that they would be anything but like quadruple XL. Hold on.
It would be significantly larger than quadruple XL.
Yeah.
You're looking more for Baron Dodd.
Yeah.
8-9 XL range.
Nice.
He's shopping special. Custom
Nice.
orders, everything.
Sick.
Which, thinking about it, that even more lends itself to the extravagance of his outfits. They were all custom made for sure.
Sure. Yeah. But he's dead, so like good fucking riddance, huh? I don't know. I don't think I have. Hold on. I think I have a set somewhere.
As he walks,
You know, I have a set of fine clothing, although where we're heading, that might be a very bad idea.
for the captain's keep, yes.
Could we potentially, could I, asking you, potentially use my disguise ability to like modify the clothing to make it kind of a little more like raggedy pirate-ish looking? Like
Certainly
stolen
can.
from a noble and then worn at sea for like ever, kind of.
What I will say is, so you're attempting to disguise him utilizing the fine clothes that you already have,
Yeah.
and some different elements from your disguise kit to alter the appearance of the clothes to make them look ragged and like he's a pirate.
Exactly.
Sure. Go ahead and you can roll for your disguise kit.
Okay. What is that, performance?
It is performance. You add your proficiency modifier.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then
Is it performance or what skill am I using?
Yeah, it's performance.
Okay. So at advantage or no? No.
I would say probably not. Yeah, well, you have time, so we'll say at advantage.
Okay.
You can take some time to do it.
So either 18.
Okay. And that was your first roll?
Yeah.
Very quickly, you're tearing up some clothes.
Yeah.
Pretty easy. You rub them along the deck, getting splinters and kind of fraying away at edges.
Yeah.
You take some of the dark components from this makeup kit that you have in the disguise kit and smudge it into areas so it looks like there's almost burn marks as if he had been manning a cannon. You create a very convincing disguise.
Cool. And
so much so that he kind of looks and says, I could be a pirate.
And so you shall be. For now, I suppose, given where we're heading.
Really sure what my career trajectory is going to be at this point.
At this point, it's just to survive, as we all are attempting to do. Hopefully, you may join us in saving the world. And then I hand him the clothes.
Kind of takes the clothes. We're going to revisit that at some point.
Yeah. And we still have to have a conversation.
We have many conversations we have to have.
I'm waiting for you to initiate.
Oh, you'll be waiting for a
Am I-
long time, my friend.
I'm going to go change. Do
Yeah.
you want to?
I'm not.
I appreciate that. And he goes out, about 5 minutes pass, comes back. Pirate. Very much telling the
I give him one
pirate.
of these. Nice.
Says, should I?
Nice.
Maybe surprising to you, I have not personally encountered pirates.
Uh-huh.
Should I have like an eye patch or a hook or something?
I don't think that. I think that is a little more of the storybook type. Those are not... Well, I don't know, actually. We'll ask the cat lady later. She seems to be a little more attuned to that lifestyle.
Very well. You know her better than me.
Indeed.
Is there something that I should be doing while I am here?
Keep watch. Feel like, and I point to the crow's nest.
Very, very well. And he
Oh, wait,
climbs
before
up,
you go.
stops.
Bernal.
Bernal turns around. Still looks a little angry.
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Heinrich.
I have set us up a watch. Could he potentially borrow your telescope, your periscope, your far eye looker thingy thingy?
Absolutely not. This is an incredibly delicate piece of machinery, custom designed by me. You can act as angry as you would like. I am not going to give anybody this telescope.
Okay.
I barely let you or Miss Mormon hold it.
That is fair. That is true. Nothing on board related to that either. Damn it. Well, good luck.
You do recall that back near the Nothing there was a dock house
Yeah.
that probably has a lot of that
Oh yeah,
stuff
sure,
in it.
but you know we're not there anymore. So.
Correct.
Well, best of luck. Keep an eye out. Look for anything on the horizon.
Sorry, I just don't know.
You've
what's
been
behind
at
the
sea.
scenes, so.
How many times now? How
I've
how
been-
comfortable with you at being at sea?
Very.
Okay, good.
For Obsidian say it's just once, but in general, I grew up on a coastal town. So.
You are. Wow, I don't even know the role in terms of actual nautical terms, but insert that word here. You are that.
You were asking what I did here aboard the.
Oh no! I'm just assigning you temporarily this role. Please keep
As a
watch.
lookout.
A lookout. Thank
Absolutely.
you. And shout if you see anything.
I will. We're trying to go to Captain's Keep.
Correct.
We're headed in the wrong direction, unless you
That's
know
very-
a route that I do not know.
No, we do not know where we are. Unfortunately, our pilot over the evening was
So a pilot is like a captain.
sure someone who is piloting the ship, someone who is giving it its heading.
So piloting is to move.
No, it is to point, and the ship does the moving.
Okay. I'll pilot anything that comes up.
Okay.
You
Sure.
he ascends up. He doesn't know what that word means.
No, that's fine. I thought I did an okay job, but I guess not.
He ascends up to the top and begins.
You
looking
said
up.
he was intelligent.
He is. He's got a 12 intelligence. The problem is
He's
pilots.
smarter than me.
He's a fairly smart guy.
A bright young lad.
Pilot is not the term that you would nautically use, and so it isn't something that necessarily exists within the jargon of this.
Why am I blanking? What is the right
Navigate?
word? Navigator? Yeah, alright. Navigator!
Yeah, you hear from.
Anyway, alright.
Did you need something?
That was the word I was looking for, not pilot. I apologize.
That makes a lot more sense.
Okay, good talk.
I guess. I'm gonna keep looking out now.
Okay, yell if you're hungry.
I am actually kind of hungry.
I'll get you something. And they go downstairs to get him something.
The two of you here, although you do not. Thank you, because you are now below.
Yeah.
So he is currently keeping watch.
See, making friends, building a crew the proper way, not fucking
The
paying
two of
people
you
and
would
killing
hear,
them.
or not the two of you, you would hear. Did you guys want to go in a different direction, though?
Which direction are we supposed to be going?
You see him kind of peek over. Oh, hello.
Hi.
Not this one. We want to be going northeast, not southeast.
Okay.
I'm not 100% sure where we are, but we're going in the wrong direction.
Fair enough.
Unless... I haven't been... How long have we been out to sea for? I kind of don't... It felt like a night.
It was a night.
Okay.
Can our nickname be the Lost?
The Lost Fingers.
Boys.
Yeah, the Lost Boys.
Yeah.
That's kind
Given that, he calls
the
down.
Lost Boys.
Jesus Christ. That sounds so bad, probably.
Shall not sing.
Yeah, and
If you could, there's a wheel over there. It's like a circle with sticks coming out of it.
Got it.
If you could turn that
Yep.
so that we are heading, he holds his arm out. You see how we're going straight in this direction?
Yep.
Sun up there. You want to have it going in this direction.
Got it.
It's called northeast.
Not my first rodeo.
What?
You're fine. You're good.
Okay. Do you
Yep.
make a survival check?
Me and my cane or
15?
Okay. Without too much trouble
No.
following his
No, that's
directions,
not- me and my
slowly you feel the ship's course change, and you see the clouds are now moving in a slightly different direction. Not so much the clouds, you realize you are moving in a different direction. It appears that you have corrected your course.
could just bring him his food.
Okay. You bring up food, and there are a number of
Yeah.
there's a bunch of shit down there.
Yeah. So I'm gonna drink to it.
There is a small pony keg of what look to be pickled eggs. There are a number of crates full of dried meat.
Egged pickles.
What?
Egged pickles.
Ew.
Roll an
That's
investigation
disgusting.
check. No, I'm kidding. You didn't find any egg
Damn
pickles. There is this sort of travel. Bread is a very generous term, but it is a sustainable.
It's hardtack.
It is.
Carb.
Yeah, actually, that is exactly what it is. It is
Yeah.
hardtack. Wasn't sure if anybody was familiar with
That's
hardtack.
fine.
Oh, yeah.
It is
I've
a
eaten
hardtack.
MREs. Fuck you.
I've eaten.
They're
so
the
many
worst
MREs.
fucking thing in the
They're
world.
not.
What?
I really.
MRE menu set number 17 comes with a little Tabasco sauce, a little glass
Okay.
Tabasco sauce.
Lucky you
It's so
then.
good.
The
It's
ones
you,
that were
you had to
handed
trade a
out-
lot for 17.
Hurricane Sandy, by the way. Short side note.
Mhm.
My cousins down in Connecticut had to go. They were evacuated, whatever,
Sure.
and they just handed out MREs, and they didn't end up needing them. So for
I had some then too
so
because I
for
was
the-
living in New York at the time.
So for Thanksgiving one year, after we had all eaten the regular meal or whatever, they pulled them out as like, and for dessert, anyone want to try these? And no one had ever had them before.
Fun fact.
We fucking ate the weird meatball things, and they were not good.
American MREs are amongst the worst.
Yeah.
French MREs, really good.
Well, yeah, I mean French and cuisine.
The
are
one that
kinda-
I had like
Not to be
had
generalist,
brie in it and like really
shit,
really
alright.
nice.
Like a crate
Norway is
baking
pretty
kit?
decent. Actually, German MREs are great.
Alright.
I've had a lot of MREs.
Well, that's a lot of like schnitzel and shit.
The
What
one
is
that I had
this?
wasn't.
MRE, meals ready to eat. It's
Yeah.
like a bag
Okay.
of dried
And
and
they
produced
u-
stuff, and it has like a heating pad that you can like activate. And
Some of them have like
Doesn't sound
flameless candles, and some of them have chemical heating packs that you break and they heat up. A bunch of different ways you could do it. Anyways,
but yeah, that was our Thanksgiving one year. It was pretty hilarious.
you bring up a little hardtack, little
Yeah.
pickled egg, little something for him to eat.
Alright.
As you get up to the top,
Uh-huh.
and I'm gonna have you actually roll
Yeah, 'cause I'm not-
acrobatics. Do you not
Acrobatics, athletics.
or athletics? Whichever.
I'm gonna do
choice.
acrobatics.
Okay.
Oh fuck! Yes, dude, killing it.
Yeah,
This is an important
what
roll.
the
though.
hell?
21.
Can I
Yeah.
have
Dude.
some of that?
Hand over
No.
hand,
'Cause
like
I've been
you-
having some bad
Get
juju.
your own.
you don't climb it so
Those
much
are
as
large
you
dice now. That's why.
you reach the top.
Fuck you just say to me?
Go ahead.
You reach the top.
Yeah.
You give food to this individual, to Canar, and he turns and looks at it. This is nice food. Forgot that we had this aboard.
It's what was on on ships.
It is not typical Obsidian fare. This is fantastic. Thank you.
Again,
I have corrected our heading.
thank you. Appreciate
or
it.
the woman down there helped, but I pointed them in the right way.
Her name's Shay.
Shay.
Correct.
Shay helped. I do not necessarily know where we are, but we're headed at least in the right direction.
This is good.
I don't know how long I was down there for. It felt like a night. Sometimes without
think-
windows, you lose a little perspective.
I think it was.
Excellent.
Our navigator fell asleep at the wheel.
Shay?
No, not the current one.
Okay.
The cat lady.
She's a tabaxi.
You know this. Oh,
Yes.
wonderful. Okay, not many
We
that
just-
we've come across have encountered her kind before.
Before we met you, we had a brief interaction with a goblin and a bunch of other
yeah.
creatures.
Unfortunately, we did.
They had just come. I liked him. Seemed okay.
Seemed like a grifter to me.
I didn't get to talk to many of the acts, so I don't know how well he treated people or what the general thing was. They had come from the Glass Lighthouse, and it is kept by a tabaxi.
I will be asking you about that later.
About the Glass Lighthouse.
Yes.
It's a fascinating place. I've never been, but it
Ah.
is
No one
stuff
has.
of legend. It is. It's a ghost lighthouse, from what I've heard.
Interesting. Again, later.
Sure. I'm a very captive audience, no pun intended.
Aha. Yes.
Is there...
No, you seem to be saying something else other than that, or no?
I don't know if you want to know any more about the Glass Lighthouse, but
We could talk later.
different time. Goes back to his watch.
And I climb back down.
Are you guys doing anything throughout the day, or are you guys just going to head towards this location?
I think I'm just catnapping for a bit.
Catnapping for about 8 hours.
Steering, because apparently nobody else can.
The wheel itself, you notice, doesn't turn from where you put it.
Okay.
So, watching it for a while, I mean, given the waves and everything, it should be like spinning itself, but it doesn't. It seems to hold a pretty true course.
Very fancy.
I have something I want to do.
Sure.
I'm going to push the button.
Why are you
Okay.
gonna push
What?
that?
There's a point. I'm
like-
gonna
I'm
say, how
Well,
long do you? How long
can
do
I
you
check
wait
out
to
the
push
weird
That's very
shit?
Mormon of you.
Can
I
I
know.
check out? Well, we're safe out here now. I want to see what kind of.
Are we?
I'm thinking more defensive capabilities than sheer curiosity. So I want to investigate the machinery first that's down below deck, and then.
Make an investigation check.
Okay. That wasn't very good. Bad roll.
Did you tell Heinrich how to
7.
operate the? Okay. 7.
Yeah.
It's a complex machine.
Yeah.
It
I
appears
wouldn't
to.
figure that I would actually understand.
Really
this.
looking at it, it appears like a number of focusing crystals lead to a larger crystal.
Would those focusing crystals be things, perhaps, which there are a number of?
Yes.
Okay. Sure. Anyways,
No, he didn't say it. So I'm not doing it for
Outside
him.
of that, a real complicated machine.
okay,
Hard to understand.
that's fine.
You don't necessarily find any kind of way of operating it.
Then I go up and check out the griffin on top. I'm assuming they're connected, given that I was told this is a
You know they're
lightning
connected.
cannon of
Yeah, you
something.
know they're
Yeah.
connected. You don't find an ignition source for it. Looking for some kind of a lever or switch doesn't appear to be one.
I run my hand along the base of the thing, just kind of like look, like physically.
How long do you wait before you're investigating all this?
How long do I wait before I'm investigating?
Yep.
What do you mean?
So before you start looking for, like, examining the machinery and all that stuff, how long do you wait before you start that? Do you just immediately go and do it? Or are you waiting a couple hours, or you...
Oh no. From the investigation of this machinery downstairs, I can like walk immediately upstairs to the front deck,
Okay.
and then just like
You run your hand
look for
along the
yeah.
base of the statue, and you do feel this square... It's like a Minecraft stone button, actually.
Yeah, sure, okay, alright, yeah.
And as you run your hand across it, you hear this... And below
And I
you,
back up
there
a
is
little
this
bit. Oops.
dull rumble.
Uh-huh.
You can feel it more than you can hear it.
I'm counting
And
seconds.
It is this kind of... And you feel elements on the boat begin to rattle. That lantern that was placed, you can see you hear now ever so slightly that the captain placed on the top, so that you guys could see at the very beginning when you guys first boarded. The sole lantern that is aboard the ship, kind of rattling up against the mast as it begins to vibrate, and you can see now this griffin begin to glow ever so slightly, and there's a crackle of electricity, and another, and suddenly you're aware of the fact that your teeth are rattling within your head. About 6 seconds overall,
Okay, so one.
before the electricity all suddenly arcs into the open mouth of the griffin and ejects as a bolt of lightning, which immediately arcs to the water since there is no other target.
Okay.
Make an attack roll, and then roll damage.
Just what kind of attack? Just a d20?
Yeah, d20.
Okay, so 18.
18. You would be adding, I suppose, your dex modifier to it.
20.
Okay. Roll damage.
Am I hitting the ship?
Nope.
Okay, good. What type of damage am I rolling?
It is. That's a good question. It
I
is.
can roll anything. I can roll 1d4.
No, they're d8s, I think.
Yeah. For lightning bolt, it was d8. And it starts at 5.
It is not lightning bolts.
Okay.
What
Did I just
you
kill dolphins?
do?
I think I might have just killed dolphins.
You might have, and that's mean.
Yeah, that's a point towards evil right
You
there.
can roll
Shit.
10d6. Sorry, 10d6.
D6.
Yep.
4, 10, 11, 16, 18. What number am I on?
4.
That's enough.
Well, let me keep rolling anyways.
Okay.
18, 20. That's 8, right? 8 numbers?
Yep.
21, 26.
Okay. The electricity just right into the water, and steam immediately billows up. As it clears away, there are two
How fast are we
partially
heading?
charred. Not terribly fast. You guys have not done too much to the sails; they're still furled. So,
Lol.
there is. I mean, you are heading in a direction, which means that there is a component to the ship.
I feel like we would have noticed that the sails weren't down by now, right?
Yeah, probably.
Oh, shit.
So there are, as you approach, you feel something bump against the ship, and two charred corpses of dolphins.
Yeah, fuck off.
Float away.
Shit.
You smell sizzling blubber, like a high fat.
Man, you just
content
kill
meat.
everything, don't you?
But yeah,
You would have done it
two
if you were there
dolphins.
pushing the button.
Shay, you notice the
But
pod
I
of
didn't.
dolphins is no longer following.
I feel terrible.
You see them peel off and
I
disappear.
feel
deep
fucking
down.
awful right
Good.
now. Oh my
You
god,
hear
I feel
from
so
the
awful.
crow's nest. It's a pretty cool weapon, huh?
I mumbled to myself, yeah, it's pretty cool.
I think you hit a fish. We might. It's kind of far back now. We have enough food.
Yeah,
I guess.
feel
And
like
you,
yeah.
this voice, he keeps talking, but it kind of gets lost in the wind as he mumbles to himself.
And I look up and I'm like,
What is your
and
passive perception?
Let's lower the sails.
My passive perception
She's
is
sleeping,
13.
right?
She was. You jolt awake as the whole ship vibrates and shudders. You don't hear much outside of
One
somebody
action 10d6
yell.
lightning. Just so you know.
But
How many shots do we get?
you
There's probably
wake
a
up with this
cooldown time,
jolt.
but
You-
I immediately book it to out of this room.
Yeah, the griffin statue is steaming. Every now and then there's like a little crackle of electricity. You see Heinrich standing pretty proudly, or no, probably not.
I'm
Yeah.
pretty like I look fucking ashamed.
Yeah, he looks
I look horrible. I
unhappy.
look like really, really upset.
You see Shay, who looks not terribly pleased. Bernal is still below deck.
Let's lower the sails.
I was about to say.
Good morning, Morwen. And then I just try to breeze past this. Pun intended.
The fuck did you do?
I'm going to work on
Let's
the
lower the
sails.
sails.
Mormon, are you returning to sleep? You have not gained the benefit of a long rest yet.
I thought you said I did when I
You
fell
did, but
asleep at
then
the...
this happened, so I didn't know. I thought you guys were just going to progress. So.
No, I'm awake now.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can mark down a point of exhaustion.
You should fucking
Wait.
long rest. Go back
and
to
go back to
sleep.
sleep. I don't understand. I
Do
got
you
You're
want to
long
finish?
rest.
interrupted.
Do you want to
You were
finish your long
interrupted.
rest?
Oh, sure.
You don't
I
get your
thought
long
I...
rest, or you do. If you do, you go
No,
back
I
to
thought
sleep.
you said that I got a
I
long...
did because I thought you guys are just not going to fire off an
No, I
electricity
thought you said
cannon.
I did when I woke up.
Oh no,
after-
no, not from that.
Oh,
No.
I thought you said I did. I'm sorry. So I'm at 24. I will go back to sleep.
You head
I'm
back
sorry.
to
I
sleep
thought you
after.
said I got a long rest.
No, no worries.
Yeah,
After
see?
after you experience this, you head back to sleep. Are you guys doing anything else?
Lowering the sails so we can go faster.
You lower the sails, and immediately there is a woof as they fill, and you feel the boat accelerate. For the first time, you can actually hear waves crash underneath the bow a little bit as it takes on full speed. You see, you hear from up above, "How come you guys didn't have the sails down the whole time? It's helpful. We didn't get as lost as we could have. It seems weird that you planned to get lost."
I just totally ignore that. No, I don't. I'm like,
Hello?
we're not very good at this.
Clearly.
To put it lightly. Thank you for pointing that out. I appreciate your keen observation.
You're all doing a great job. You do not need an insight check to know that he is not being
Yeah.
truthful.
Yeah. Don't take that tone of voice thing. I'm not running my
Are you guys doing anything else over the next 5 hours before Morwen wakes up?
I think at like the halfway point, I would go up and see if he needed like a break or
Okay. As you
something.
approach, you climb up without too much issue. He turns. Ah, Shay. I learned your name.
Hi, I
From
have
my-
not yet learned yours.
You are human. There's not a lot of us on this ship.
Yeah.
Well, you're
What
about
do you-
it's about 50-50.
He has
He's sovereign all.
very briefly.
Yeah.
From where he is currently and from his previous company, this is a lot of non-humans. A
Okay.
tremendous number of
I
non-humans.
understand.
I've met tieflings before. They seem okay. We've met tabaxi before. They seem okay. What's the dwarf's deal?
He's old.
That's exactly what I was saying in my head.
He's
I've
old.
met old people. They don't tend to be that forceful.
And perverse.
He's had a hard life.
Well, fair enough. It seems odd that of all of you, well, I do not know your group very well yet. Do you guys have a name? We're Obsidian's Haste, or we were. What do you guys...
Tell him the name. Do it, Shay.
Better question for Heinrich.
Are you open to suggestions?
Please.
I'll think about it.
Nope, t-shirts are already being designed.
We can do an audible anytime
Yeah.
for the finger game.
I put that out to anyone who's watching who's good at doodling. Feel free
The
to
finger gang.
feel free to
You didn't
design the
describe it
finger gang
on
t-shirt.
screen, so maybe we could do that in a second. However,
Yeah.
now that
Right
you
before the break.
you do wake up, you guys
Fully rested?
fully rested.
Yeah.
Are you guys just continuing on your journey throughout the day?
Yeah, I feel bad enough that I'm just gonna kind of sulk around for a bit.
As we
until I
transition
feel better.
tonight, this is where we're going to take a break. It is currently, we're going to say like 11 o'clock. Really quick, because I always do this, I'm just going to make a super fast announcement before we go to break so I don't mess up the times and stuff like I always do. I had an announcement to make. What was it? Oh, on Monday at 2 p.m., we are going to begin a new show. This show will be called Lore and Legends. It is going to be with me, and then if anybody else wants to join on Mondays, if they are free, they are welcome to. But what we're going to be doing is talking a little bit about the lore and legends of Alberon. A large number of you, I was actually very surprised, wanted to know a little bit more about the world. So this Monday we'll be talking about just the general geography, some of the continents, a little bit of the background onto some of the races. They're not all strictly rules as written. If you would like to see some of that, tune in 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time on Monday. That is the 22nd. 22nd?
I'll check.
22nd.
Yes,
26.
22nd. That's correct.
You can
My credit card
below-
bill is due on Sunday.
Yep.
There you go. Below us, there is a date. It is already listed, so you can join us for that. It is 10:59, basically 11 o'clock. We will be back around 11:20.
I'll talk about the shirt after the
We'll
break.
talk about the shirt after the break.
Tune
and if
in
anybody feels
after
like
the break
designing
for a
it,
shirt design idea that I have.
and we're gonna go to break.
Yay.
do, 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 do.
I think this is the costume.
Do, 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 do,
by descent, but
we're
not
live.
by
Maybe not by brewing, but
correct distilling.
distilling.
I'm gonna name that beetle Beelzebub.
Okay.
Just saying.
What about Beetlebub?
Beetlebud.
Beetlebud.
There you
Beetlejuice?
go. Cute.
Hello,
Say it 3 times.
welcome back, everybody. We are back from our break. Thank you very much. We just stepped outside because it's a little warm in here.
It's fucking toasty in here, guy.
It's hell.
Oh man, Heinrich should have been Canadian. That would have been amazing.
Oh wow.
I actually haven't even thought
You
about
know
putting
that-
a
you know
Canadian.
that
I mean, I guess there's
perfectly.
another patron out there he could probably,
Patron said a hockey.
align
Eh?
to, and then, just have a little chit chat with, and then switch his.
The current patron's kind of a hoser.
You think so? The fact that she only shows up.
Myself.
I just saw
The
that.
fact that she only shows
I
up
forgot I
occasionally.
filled it, and so I thought it was still like almost empty.
No, I
Well,
saw all
anyways.
of that. Yeah.
Anyways,
Anyway.
Great.
Well, anywho.
anywho, we're back.
That was mildly Irish, I suppose.
We're
Miles,
back.
you gotta work on your accents.
Coming back now. It's transitioning into night. The day after. Sorry?
T-shirt.
Correct. So, real quick before we get back into the game, one of the things that we are going to do, there has been a lot of requests actually for merchandise. The shirt that you see right here is not ever going to be for sale. All of us have one. Talon, you will have one in about a week.
Oh, yeah,
Sheridan, you will have one in about a week. And throughout, every now and then, we'll be giving them away for different things. The first shirt that will be available to buy is going to be the Finger Gang shirt, which Miles will explain.
So the Finger Gang, our tentative name, apparently. Unless it's sticking, because I kind of like it.
You've made it stick, so
Yeah,
keep
it's
You,
going.
It's
you
a
have
thing now.
stuck fingers in noses a lot. And we've all collected
I
fingers.
didn't put a name on it, but go on.
have not, however.
Well, anywho, the Finger
I bring
Gang.
out Frank the Skull while you're saying this.
If anyone's better than me at doodling, which probably anyone who's watching this is, the idea is that there's a T-shirt with an F and a G made out of severed fingers, and then on the bottom corner of the shirt would be maybe a defingered hand reaching up from, that part of the shirt. It's kind of a funky idea. That's
I
all.
like it. I think it's a great
Yeah.
idea.
When you say defingered, you're saying like
Like
nubs.
nubs
Yeah.
with like the bones sticking out,
Yeah.
totally cartoony.
Not just like palm.
Right,
No.
nubs of fingers.
Like from the first knuckle on all the hands where all of the fingers that we've had have been severed.
And there have been many.
There have been many, and R.I.P. to oh my gosh,
So my shirt idea
Caleb's
is
character.
our whole
Look
gang
It looked like.
with Juggalo face paint. Make it happen. Yeah, see who wins.
Oh yeah, well, that's all. That's all. If
Game.
anyone wants to doodle that one
Game.
out,
This has
We
been the
might
last
just get that
episode of
professionally
Adventures in
designed.
Alberon.
Whoop whoop. Let's go.
So,
Moving
coming
on.
back from one good idea.
Thank you.
One.
Choose
You
to
can
interpret
fake
that
away
however
now.
you would like. Feel free to roll an insight check.
That was a
Don't
good
think you
one.
need
We come
Insight
back
for that.
as day transitions into night.
yeah.
It is getting close to maybe 8 o'clock. Night falling sometime around 6, but as we progress forward. As the evening draws to a close,
And the day draws to an open.
and the night draws to the day draws to sorry.
Yeah.
As the day draws to a close and the evening begins, you may want to put some thought into how you're going to split up the night watch.
I'm gonna take first.
Okay.
I'll come out of the captain's quarters and be like, ah, I feel great.
Oh,
and
well then I'm
going
gonna take second.
I'm going to pop open one of my bottles of wine.
Okay.
Oh shit. Never mind. I'm gonna take first watch.
So you see Morwen with her sharp feline
I need to
teeth
pick out which
bite into
which
the
bottle.
cork
but-
and just pop the cork out.
Oh, it's going to be. You know what? I'm going to scratch that. Not a fine wine. I'm going to take a swig of. I'm going to make eye contact with you.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to give you kind of evil eyes because I know that you woke up Gunter because you didn't trust me. So I'm like glaring at you a little. And I'm going to just pop open this cork and take a swig of fire tiefling,
Tiefling
whatever.
fire.
Tiefling
water.
fire wine. Okay.
Yeah, right in front of you, and just be like, with my eyes though. Like I'm
Jesus.
flipping you off with my eyes,
Okay.
because I know what you did.
I'll take my
Maybe go
own.
fuck
I'll
yourself.
take my own bottle of the same exact thing out. and just raise a cheers.
Sure.
Then I'm gonna take the bottle and I chuck it overboard. No, I'm just kidding. I don't do that. No.
Okay.
I'm just kidding, I
Constitution
don't do
saving
that.
throw.
Okay.
Constitution saving throw at advantage.
Sick.
Where's my?
What up? Oh shit, yeah.
I was like,
20.
it's such a disadvantage. If
So
I don't have
the bottles
it.
are different. In
Okay.
terms of the actual fire wine, they're a little bit different. Roughly the same strength.
Yes, 19. 19.
19. Okay.
20 and 19, nice.
You take the wine
17.
and take a long pull off of it, and it's not a great flavor per se. There are elements of it that are vaguely charcoal-like, like activated charcoal almost.
Yeah, sure.
But after that, there is for you the sort of peaty,
Scotch.
not Scotch, but like somewhere in a combination of Scotch and sherry, there are these
Okay.
sweet undertones and this very
Pretty
fiery.
viscous,
Yes,
like-
and it has like a syrupy
yeah,
kind of,
alright.
of sensation.
Totally
it is
down
quite
with
good. Running somewhere in the 180 proof range.
Oh yeah, so like flammable shit.
This is extremely flammable.
That is useful knowledge.
There's a
I'm
reason
gonna
it is
note
called
that down.
fire wine.
Well, you know, I don't know. It's tiefling shit. And
It
we're all
is.
infernal and
But
whatnot.
fire and spelled with the Y, it is a tiefling spelling, but it is called that because it is quite flammable.
So it's pronounced tiefling fire wine.
It is pronounced tiefling fire wine.
Okay. Thought so.
More
You
wine.
guys don't understand that.
You take
Is my
another.
tiefling fire wine?
Little baby tiefling fire wine
Sounds
is in fact. You take a
Where
long
did I
pull
write
off of
this
it.
down?
The taste that you get is a little bit different, and it is in fact a different kind of fire wine. That being said, a little bit closer, there are these sort of licorice sort of flavors that seem smokiness, but to you it is a little bit unpleasant. It's acrid. It is vaguely reminiscent of fire and not in a pleasant way for you. You resist getting absolutely shit-faced. You do feel drunk. You feel a little tipsy. Nothing you haven't handled
Yeah.
before.
The
You feel
sea's a
drunk.
little extra curvy.
So Morwin, now, with the bottle, maybe blinking for a second, take the first watch.
I'll take the first watch. I'll teach you how.
Fuck you.
I'll teach you how to drink that another time.
I can drink it just fine. I take another swig.
Okay, Constitution saving throw, please.
This is how Morwen dies.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is a 4.
This is how
Okay.
Mormon dies.
Morwin locks eyes with you and takes one swig and a second and a third.
Do I notice this and like kind of prepare to like catch her? Because she's gonna fucking pass out. I know what happens when people don't
You guys are.
prepare to drink this shit.
I'm gonna say you. So there's a brief moment
Well, this I don't know if that was our
where
actual
she
positioning.
wavers,
Mhm.
and you see her eyes flutter, and she manages to give you kind of like a very strokey looking smile. Before one eye starts blinking and rolls back, and the other one follows, and she just goes straight back, a little too far away for you to catch.
Okay.
Feet straight in the air,
Cartoony and
drop,
all that shit.
tail kind of like straight out.
Yeah. I'll kind of mutter and be like, "Good morning," and then I pick her up.
And then good night.
You are unconscious.
I pick her up and I carry her down to the other bedroom that no one's claimed yet,
Okay.
and just like deposit her there.
Okay. Just drop her into the bed. Immediately snoring. Out. Like dead out.
And then
You're the-
proceed back upstairs.
You'd imagine probably about 8 hours.
Worth it. As long as I gave you mean eyes the first time. As long as I gave you fuck you eyes the first
They were
time.
until one started doing weird things, and then
I just want
him.
him to know. I hate him a little right now.
Fair.
Do
And
you
for
feel
you,
it?
Morwen, it is very much all of these things. It's repeatedly people just calling you into question, calling you into question. Granted,
I'm depressed.
the way
That's
that
why
you
I'm
said it,
drinking.
I'm
Yeah.
fucking depressed.
Guys, I'm fucking sad. Okay?
I'm like crushed.
I'm so fucking sad.
So
Like,
good about
yeah.
it?
you very drunkenly sleep off this sad, and I mean just
Good
You're
thing
gonna
the
have a
beds are
rough
positioned the way that they are because, like, oh my god, if they had been
they're
horizontal.
Well, they're bolted into the wall.
no,
so
but
they-
like leaning.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Because
it
I
would've
went-
been- it
okay.
would've- Yeah.
Went on a cruise when I was a kid once and only once and never again. And the bed that I was sleeping in was horizontal to the heading of the ship.
Yep.
And holy fuck, seasick every night because like whoa, like my head was just, no, the worst.
Oh, sounds like
You will notice
deserve
the only beds that are not like that.
Are the fucking shitty,
The
crappy
shitty,
crew
crappy
beds?
crew beds, yeah. Anyways, Morwen is drunk, passed out below. You witness all
You're
of this
welcome
happen.
for a
Do
bed
you
at
say
least.
anything?
I
or-
lasted a long time.
Yeah, 2
roughly
minutes.
About 18 seconds.
So how
whole
Two-
how
two rounds
empty
of
is this
combat.
bottle?
It's about half empty.
I just took one swig.
Yes.
Well.
Bernal also having seen all of this. So, we need 3 people to watch.
3. Oh, you mean on rotation?
Yes.
Oh yeah, sure. I'll take first and then dip out. That's fine.
Morwen is not taking him, I would
No.
imagine. And I would suggest in the future, perhaps...
Fine. Enough
Fair.
said.
Miss Shea, would you like to take the second or the third watch? I could take either.
I mean, I would prefer probably the third, but
Very well, you take the third, I will take the second. And Heinrich, you'll begin?
Yep.
I will go and begin to rest now, just to make sure that I have enough time. If there is any problems, please wake me up.
Where's I will memorize his name soon. Kanor.
There, it's going to drift up. You can see his head, he's kind of like leaned up against the thing. Nobody's
I'm
told him
about
to
to
come
kick
down.
him out,
Okay.
so
What's up?
I'm about to kick him out, so
Oh, fair enough. Okay.
So,
I'll just go up near the wheel.
Bernal makes his way downstairs. You make your way up.
kicking Kane
What's
out.
Gunter doing?
Gunter?
Yeah.
At this point, he's below deck somewhere.
So he's below deck.
Yep.
When did he leave the top deck?
At some point during the day. Several times at some point
Can I
during the day.
just put him anywhere?
Yep.
Kitchen.
Yeah, I mean, so you can't see him, so you don't know where he is. So you can put him anywhere for now. He's in that guy's.
He's downstairs.
If it matters at all, you can put him in the crew quarters right by Bernal's bed.
Okay. Oh, he's rifling through his shit.
It's
What a
Gunter.
piece of crap. Do we have a mini for Kanor?
It's a flash column. He does not look like that.
Yeah, no, it's
He's like I don't know if I described him, but he is probably about 24. Dark hair, short cut, no beard. The faintest bits of maybe facial hair growing in after having not shaved for a little bit, but
Well, now that he's out of the service of the that mercenary group, he probably doesn't
Obsidian
need to,
Says?
yeah,
Yeah.
thank you. He doesn't need to maintain his appearance.
yeah, and you guys remember all of them were shaved. It seemed to be like a company policy.
Yeah. More things to grab onto.
You kick Keener out, who
Mhm.
would say, that's fine. Nobody told me to leave. I don't really have.
Go to
I'm
bed.
just-
Good night.
All right. Hand over hand, heads down. Kind of gets to the bottom, approaches you.
Oops.
She told me to come down, so
I'm glad
just
Yeah, we're
Oh,
just
oh,
gonna do
I'll
the
help you then.
night rotation watch.
do you need me
Go
for
pull
a
'em on me.
rotation or?
I remember you after the honey.
I think we
mustard
only needed
lunch.
3, so
They're tasty.
I mean, if you feel like staying out here,
These are the salt and pepper.
I was gonna go to bed if that's all right.
that's fine. You
Right.
remember where I assigned your sleeping? I cleared my throat uncomfortably.
Where you tied me up for good reason, and I understand it. Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
If you need me, and he heads down, or not down, he heads over.
Well,
but-
no, we'll down the steps and over here.
Well, where you had him sleep is not downstairs.
No, but down from the.
Oh, from where? Yeah, from
Yeah,
the wheel is. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah. So heads out, opens the door, disappears in there. Roll a perception check. You're now, I believe, alone, aside
He's
from
in the
Shay,
door.
who is up on the crow's nest. Are you going to sleep?
Yeah.
Okay.
Where's Bernal?
He would be at this point after he talks to you,
Somewhere
comes
below deck.
downstairs.
I'll just put them over here.
Those
You
are
can
better.
just tell me next one.
Sure.
Those are
Alright.
better than the mustard.
I actually think so too.
13.
Okay. You go to sleep. You're unconscious.
For what it's worth.
Your watch passes pretty much without any kind
Doesn't
of
really matter,
disturbance.
No dolphins.
No dolphins. The dolphins seem to be steering fairly clear of your ship.
Okay.
Around midnight, a couple of clouds roll in, and it seems like tomorrow will be a bit more of a cloudy day. It doesn't seem like a storm.
Okay.
The temperature drops a little bit. Otherwise, 8 hours pass. Reach around 4 in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
At this point, you hear footsteps, and Bernal arrives.
Mm-hmm.
Anything happen?
Kind of look up and like, don't think it's a storm, but looks to be cloudy tomorrow.
I really wish Miss Ariadne were here. She would know. But
Well, what can we do?
well, as long as nothing else has happened, I can take my watch.
Yeah, absolutely. Wouldn't mind the rest myself.
Stands up and sort of looks at the wheel and decides not to touch it and just kind of waits. You head to sleep?
I'm gonna go raid the pantry first, just to
Sure.
eat because I haven't
Yeah.
eaten.
So you go through, there's tons of different stuff down there. Different kinds of hardtack, different kinds of dried meat, salted cod. There are these little black ball-like things that you've never had. They smell very sweet. There are a number of different sweets and fruits that have been frozen in barrels and are slowly thawing.
Gonna grab one of the ball things and then what about the fruit?
What other fruit?
Yeah.
Given that you guys are coming out of Good Harbor, it would be a combination of bananas, something that looks almost like a same texture of a mango on the outside, but when you split it open, there are these almost like it's sectioned as if it were a lime.
Yeah. Okay.
And its taste is, it's an odd taste. It's gamey,
Okay.
but very filling.
All right. How about the sweet thing?
The sweet thing, as you bite into it, it seems to be some kind of a chocolate truffle. It's incredibly sweet.
Oh,
For somebody,
fuck.
you probably have not had chocolate before.
No.
Growing up in the docks around Port Quinn, pretty poor. Overwhelmingly sweet, but as you begin to adjust to it, thinking about it, like your mouth begins to water again, and it is this unbelievably decadent dessert.
Noted. Okay. Filled enough, I suppose.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, and then I head to bed.
Okay.
I'm gonna write some shit down first, though.
Sure. And as you write, there's this moment where your eyes do kind of lose focus, and as they come to, there's writing on the page that you don't recognize. It's an infernal, and it is 5 words.
Yeah.
Would you like a translation of them, or do you want me to text it to you? Or, in the email send you.
Lay it out there. It's boring for the viewers if only I know.
Fair enough. Just one
None of
second.
you actually know this now.
I don't know, I'm shit-faced.
Yeah, that's true.
In more ways than one.
Yeah, actually.
No, I'm not shit-faced, but I'm getting there.
It's chiffon.
Guys, by the way, we do shots between the break.
People here.
I go,
Just so you know.
alternating episodes, you're like, maybe they'll figure it out, and then the next episode you go, we took shots in the break.
I just forget every other time.
Yeah. The
Alright.
words are fairly simple
Yep.
because it's only 5 of them, and the translation in common is, a champion is found.
Okay.
Scales.
Scales? And does scales seem notably separate from the rest of it?
Yes.
The way that you said that?
Yes.
A champion is found and then like a descriptor term.
It is a champion is found, and then maybe 3 inches to the right in the page, scales. All in infernal.
Do I know what kind of scales they mean?
So
Because it would be a different word if it
yes,
was like scale, like
absolutely.
scaling level, or like scale, like things
or like
on skin.
Scale,
Like
like
things on
measure,
skin.
or like
Scales like on skin.
English is a delightful language.
Yeah, right? Jesus.
I'm over it.
Very, very, very specifically, the word Dotar in Infernal would reference a dragon's scales.
And is that the word?
Dotar, yeah.
Okay.
I'll send you all the actual words later. If
Yeah,
you
yeah,
want,
yeah. More detail, but okay.
So perhaps a little troubled, you do fall asleep.
Yeah, I kind of like look down and I'm not growing accustomed to me writing things I don't know, but it's happened before now, so I'm just kind of scrutinizing it a little closer. Because that happened when we were in the
Sure.
cave with the Cortega.
Roll. It's gonna be probably history. Straight intelligence.
9.
Okay. You find sleep.
Cool.
It seems.
Wait, who the fuck's steering the ship?
Bernal.
Bernal.
Well, the ship is
Put him up
steering the
there.
ship, but-
Right.
Put him on the board.
Shay,
He's at the helm?
Yeah.
you hear through whatever dreams you may be having or dreamless sleep that you're experiencing, very distantly, Shay,
I hear you, Bernal. I'm up.
it's time for your watch.
Thank you. I'm up.
Take a couple moments to gather yourself and then make your way down.
No, I'm gonna stay where I am.
Okay. About 5 minutes go by.
Fuck him.
Miss Shay?
I'm up, Bernal. You can go to bed.
Oh, okay. But, like, just to be very clear, are you going to stay awake?
Yes, Bernal.
Okay. You hear, and Celial just lands on the edge of the crow's nest.
Don't trust me, Bernal.
I thought maybe you would like some company. Good night. And you hear footsteps as he goes downstairs. For what it's worth, the
Your
dragon
master-
immediately curls up,
Is a terrible liar.
kind of opens one eye at you, and then just shuts and it goes to sleep. Make a perception check.
Oh, let me guess 82.
Not quite.
Does it even hit 20?
26.
Jeez. Fuck.
As close.
What the fuck?
A couple hours pass. 2, 3, and right as there are, so it's kind of like the dim hours before morning, you can see just the beginnings of gray begin to grace the sky on the horizon. Your eyes drift up and you notice, bigger than you've ever noticed it before, not by much, but just enough to be noticeable, this blue star. Aurelian star, you could very easily put together at this point. It hangs a little bit brighter than the others. And very faintly, you can almost see it kind of glimmer. And you recognize it's not a glimmer like most stars. There is this kind of shifting wave emanating from it. And it seems to fade out, but as you count seconds into minutes, you imagine that this wave, were it still spreading, would kind of wash across this part of Alberon, given your roll. There's a moment where you see a series of blue pulses deep within the water. 3 large ones beneath the ship, but a number of them, a couple at first that twinkle out into dozens, and those 3 larger shapes just begin to slowly drift away and separate from the ship, and they seem to be heading back in the direction that you guys came from.
We didn't find all the things.
Make an Arcana check, please.
God damn it. Pernell was supposed to tell me if you
This is
found
not
all the
coming
things.
from the boat. It's coming from deep beneath.
Okay, so they're not scrying.
14.
Who has chucked the tracker?
It's magic.
Chucked it.
A magic that I would be familiar with?
Right,
or
when we were
no?
first lost.
No. It has. Given your roll, no.
That poor elf lady
Moving-
underneath the ground.
In the direction we've been coming from?
Those, so the lights, the 3 big ones, drifted off in that direction, but there are dozens, and you don't see them anymore, but you saw them kind of scatter throughout the ocean, or throughout the seafloor beneath you.
Yeah. Why would that be that? What? That doesn't make
Sitting with
sense.
that information?
From Herpes Island?
No, I just remembered her.
I want to turn the ship around, but I also don't want to turn the ship around.
We need a crew.
Part of the ship, part of the crew.
I'm going to sit with it.
Greya. You're talking about Greya.
Another hour goes by,
Sure. I remember.
All that turns into a cat
And another.
on
Yes.
Herpes Island.
and eventually the sun does rise. As your watch comes to an end, Morwen, you wake up. Heinrich, you wake up. Somewhere over you hear yawning and moving, probably Kanor's up as well. The night seems to have passed without issue. you all find your way to whatever morning routine you have. It is a little cloudy, a little cooler than it was the previous day, but the day is yours. Is there anything in particular you guys would like to do?
Figure out how
Cap
far we
the
are.
bottle of tiefling fire.
Okay, you wake up feeling like shit. It feels like your head is in a vice. Your mouth is incredibly dry, already fairly dry to begin with, but like there is no moisture whatsoever.
I was gonna say,
I'm gonna be
I would
knocking
like
on her
to-
door,
Can I?
making sure she
Can I
isn't
say?
dying.
Can I mulligan a little bit? That and say that I get on the bed and like, and I like cough out a hairball with a little bit of vomit
Roll a
because I think
performance
it's
check.
cute.
Gross.
Okay.
Just by yourself for yourself.
Yeah. Performance. 14 plus 8 and
Yeah,
math.
you feel so shitty, and you feel at some point probably, and maybe this is like a drunken habit for a moment, I don't know, but probably there was some like drunk grooming that happened, and you feel this kind of clump of hair deep within your throat. So already feeling like you're gonna throw up, you kind of go for a 2-for-1 deal, and you projectile vomit this burning liquid that is vaguely green. And this
Okay.
large matted hairball just onto the floor next to the bed.
Laugh about it.
I kind of knock on the door hearing this.
Yeah, and you hear
Come in.
I open the
and
door.
the smell is immediately vomit.
I made it for you.
Thanks.
Clean
And
it
I-
up. And I get out of the bed and I walk away.
Well, not before you. I'm in the door for you.
And I shoulder bump you real fucking hard.
Do you
No.
resist this?
No, I just put away the decanter of endless water that I was going to offer you and say, all right, well, fuck you too.
Okay. You make your way out past Heinrich, who kind of seems to tuck something in his pocket, out into the incredibly bright sun. Please make a Constitution saving throw.
Just die already. Just die already. Jesus Christ.
You feel the world shift rapidly around you, and as the ship pitches ever
Is
so
this by
slightly,
tomorrow?
Yep.
you drop to your knees and just begin to projectile vomit across the deck. This foamy, frothy, green-yellow liquid that smells. It has this terrible renal sort of smell.
I will say I'm on all fours and my
Oh, yeah.
hair is like,
Yes, your tail
and
is
my tail's
puffed
yeah.
out. But yeah, you throw up
It's
for
loud and audible.
about 2 minutes.
Yeah. Loud and
Um,
audible, that's the same.
It is.
Continue.
It's not the same, but
No.
it's
It's
not
fairly
the same.
At
similar.
all.
But
But
Close enough.
I want everyone to hear my gagging.
There's a moment where you see the door opposite of you kind of open, and Canor, good
I'm going to follow up the stairs and just begrudgingly shove the water decanter at her.
Okay. You see Heinrich kind of out of your
And
periphery.
and just shake, be like, how about now? No, I hold on to it. No, it's not full of anything.
You're giving me something.
As he
empty?
rattles it, it is. You don't hear any water slosh around in it.
Do you want water?
Yeah?
Okay. And then I speak the word stream, I think,
Okay.
is the key word,
Yeah.
to fill it with a gallon of water.
So what happens when you say stream?
Well, I don't pull it off. I'm holding it. It's
Okay.
stream.
Nothing happens.
Yeah. And I shake it.
Still seems empty.
Okay. And then I uncork it and look inside.
Seems empty.
And I say, open up. And then I point the nozzle.
Okay.
Saying, stream?
Okay. Stream is the first one.
Yeah.
Okay. There is a trickle of water that begins spilling out.
Okay,
And it
good.
is-
Oh, I thought this was gonna
Oh,
be
God,
the
thank
total
God.
opposite. I thought it was gonna be like the dog eating like the sprinkler. Where it's like
Yeah. I was worried too, because I've never used this
It is a
before.
faint
Did
trickle
were we
of
all
water.
thinking the exact opposite?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
Well, there is a
There
word
is-
that I could
That my
blow.
cheeks are gonna be like
30
I
gallons.
could blow you off the side of the deck if I wanted to, but I'm not going to do that.
So, it is a faint trickle
Geyser!
of...
Just kidding.
There's a faint trickle of very cool, crisp water that spills into your mouth. And as
Clean air.
he holds it and you drink your fill, it just keeps coming. And it doesn't seem to really have much of an end.
Well, then I'll just lay back and keep drinking it.
Okay. You hydrate yourself appropriately, we'll say. You still feel like shit. You can actually mark down.
Oh, I'd
the
love
next
to.
1
6
shit
hours.
point.
I gotta look up because it's similar to rogue dust.
I mean, you started it. Just
What?
saying.
Yep.
Try to
What?
overthrow
Remember the
me.
time that you forced Morrowind to chug
Oh my
half
God,
a
I know.
bottle of
No, when
basically
you- no.
Everclear?
This is how our relationship works.
When you, when,
That's healthy.
no,
Roll a
when you try
D4?
to decaptain me.
Allie,
When you try-
roll a d4.
Oh.
How many hours?
Nope.
How many points of damage? Nice. Good.
Oh.
Not necessarily.
You
Well,
can lower your constitution by 1
Yeah,
for the
see?
next 6 hours.
yeah. Good.
Roll a d20
This is the one you want to get high on.
and add your
Miles,
constitution
I
modifier.
swear to God.
Get
and
high.
now you can add your constitution modifier to it.
Well, now that
Tell
it's
me that
minus
one more time. Because he was talking shit.
Roll a d20, add your current constitution modifier with the adjustment in
You
place.
are not okay.
7.
Okay.
What?
It's just, well, because I had a plus 1 for
7.
constitution,
Gotcha.
minus 1, so it's just a flat 7.
Are you at a 12?
Okay. You can mark down somewhere on your sheet
Actually,
1 addiction point towards alcohol.
Guys, I feel...
Alcoholism.
you're still at a plus 1, so it's an 8.
No, but it was a minus 1.
Yeah.
You told me minus 1 to my constitution, so it's a flat.
For those of you
Right.
tuning in at home,
So,
we use
Like, did you-
I use there's a
Oh,
all
I
of
understand what
the
you're saying.
various substances in this world
but you
Oh.
that may not
have
affect anything.
effects. They have different things that they can do.
So that doesn't
There is an
matter. It's
addiction
just-
system. Hopefully, we won't go too
Yeah.
far into it. We'll have to find out.
So it's just still a
For the
plus
next
1,
6
you're
hours.
saying. Okay.
That
I
being
understand.
said,
So it's an 8.
you are now all awake and gathered on the deck.
So 8 and it's still plus 1 addiction.
Great.
I'm hunting down Bernal.
You're what?
Hunting down Bernal.
Okay.
I feel personally
eventually makes his way to the
attacked
deck before
considering
you're
our
able to go
conversation
down to
prior
look for
to the
him.
session.
Hearing kind of the commotion.
I kind of pull him off to the side a little bit.
And as you pull him off, there's this, as the pseudo dragon alights on his shoulder, he kind of strokes her under the chin a little bit and follows you. Yeah. Yes, Mache.
During my watch, Aurelian Star was shining, and there were many points underneath the ocean that were glowing. 3 of them headed off in the direction that we've been coming from.
Okay. A number of questions. Why did you not wake me up?
Because we need people.
Yes, but I would have been able to observe whatever it was that happened and just glowing.
You also had just
Points
come
to the
up with-
lantern that's up against the mast. That glows. There's
It
like a
was
number
blue.
of things. Okay. Aurelian Star is blue.
Yes.
So probably some correlation. Could you describe, did the star do anything?
It was like pulsing in waves.
That doesn't seem good.
No.
Without having been there, I really can't say very much. I would say that seems bad. I don't have much that I can do, though. It's something that we should note. If we do see it again, please wake me. I can, directly observing it, probably tell you what kind of magic it is at the very least. But that is very troubling. Have you told anybody else?
No one else would understand the concept, I think.
I disagree, but I think perhaps it may be best to keep this between us for now.
Okay.
We have no answers, and I imagine all it would bring is questions.
Fair enough.
When we get to Far Shore, there is... A library is a generous term, but there is an individual who might help us get some information.
Okay.
Sort of nods to you and heads back below deck to what he was doing. What are you guys doing? It's about 8 in the morning.
I'm currently texting Miles a blow up picture of the middle finger.
Okay.
Am I still hurling and feel like shit?
No, you feel like shit, and you're going to feel like shit for the rest of the day. But you are no longer throwing up. There's nothing really left to throw up.
I'm gonna go
Alright,
get Kanor.
Okay.
I'm gonna eat a ration. Maybe that'll help me.
Make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
9.
Doesn't
stay
stay down.
you get like a quarter of the way through whatever it is that
Wasted.
you're eating, and you just immediately vomit it back up.
Wait, can I eat? Can I eat a ration off of the boat?
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't have to pick off my own.
Just go.
Okay.
I see her try that. And I'm like, I kind of lightly, hesitantly pat her on the back and go, it's much cooler in the larder.
When he touches me, my hair like
Yeah.
a little
It's for your. I don't care. I'm just like there. Go rest in the larder. When you're feeling better, the food will be right there, and it's cooler in that room. It'll feel better.
bit. Okay.
Okay. And then I go wake up Canner.
Okay.
But I look at you with like, okay.
And as you open the first door to the hallway, Cantor is just sitting right in the hall. Kind of looks up. Is Mormon done with the?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I have a thing about vomit.
That's. I think most people don't find it particularly becoming.
Yeah.
Wait, hearing that, can I start vomiting again? No,
You're
I'm
in
just
the larder.
He follows you out.
Okay.
Am I on watch again, or?
No, just letting you know it's okay to be outside now.
All right. Well, here we are.
How many days did you say the travel would be?
Maybe 5.
Okay. We got time.
Yeah, probably 2 days left. Again, there's not going to be a landmark until we get pretty close. So.
Yeah, I'd assume so.
Yeah.
Open sea. And Bernal is where?
Downstairs somewhere.
Okay. I'll be right back, and I just go downstairs.
All right. I'm just gonna. Oh, well. And you see him kind of head towards the crow's nest. He doesn't really know where else to go.
Huh. Just make yourself comfortable. I
Heading,
suppose.
heading downstairs, you would see that Bernal. Actually, you would not see Bernal technically. However, you would hear him off in that kind of meeting room to the left.
Your left.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's where he is.
All right. Well, I go inside.
Okay. And as you go inside, you can see he is over a table, and he's sort of taken his robes off and draped them around to prevent pieces from rolling away as the ship pitches back and forth.
Oh,
But he's working on his telescope and seems to be doing something with
It's
it.
actually
Bernal.
Yes,
just
Mr.
spinning,
Hunter.
which is even worse.
Sorry to interrupt. When you scoured all of the decks, you didn't find any other tracking stones or anything of the like, right?
Nothing with divination magic, or really up front there is this griffin statue. And
Yeah,
it has a lot of evocation.
I think
magic.
you heard it earlier.
Yes.
I figured that one out.
So that's magic.
Yeah, I got that. Have you figured out? Well, I think we know how it works.
There's
Anyways.
a small button at the base of
Yeah,
the,
that I was the one that triggered it. So.
Right.
Okay. Well, if you didn't find anything, that's good. I don't think we're being tracked, right?
Well,
At
very
least by
complicated.
any sort of divination magic.
Divination magic is a funny thing. As it draws its power from different deities and gods, it
Right.
manifests itself in very different ways. There are divination magics that I would not be able to detect. So to say so for absolute certainty would be difficult. The Divine Court have a number of things that they can use. They have a
Straying.
radiant eye, which
Straying.
is similar to as far as I know, we're not being tracked, but it is not a certainty.
Okay, so as you are our best source for that, I will trust that you tried your hardest to find anything.
Okay, that sounds kind of like an insult, and I'm not.
No,
really sure
no, no,
why.
no. I did not mean it that way. No.
Okay, I did try my hardest.
Yes. What are you working on here?
Well, one of the things that I was thinking about seems kind of not maybe like ashamed, but almost like he's kind of hiding something. I just think maybe, as we did take a long time to get to Far Shore, I just want to see if anything's changed with the Aurelian Star and from
What
this
do
part
you-
of the sky.
What do you mean? Side note, I know what Aurelian Stars. Have we talked about this before?
Within the first 3 sessions that you guys were in?
Yeah,
You had a prophecy about Aurelian
right.
Star, so
Yeah,
you've
yeah.
heard the name.
Okay, so I kind of perk up at that and I go, Aurelian Star, what do you...
It's the... You don't look at the night sky very often, do you?
Well,
Well,
no more than a bunch of dots as far as I can tell.
he looks like visibly frustrated with that. Mr. Heinrich, they're not dots, they're stars, and some actually are planets, celestial bodies that orbit around different suns or stars. Imagine it's, you know what, it's like a number of islands in a very large ocean, but
Okay.
they're on fire.
Willing to go with this?
Fair. So, when you look at the sky a lot, the different islands, much like ours, have different names and they do different things. Aurelian Star was not there previously. So imagine, off of Port Quinn, that just there was an island.
A
all of
moving island.
Not moving.
Reappearing island.
Yes. If it
And
was
this
moving,
is
that
of
would make more
concern.
sense.
This is what Miss Shea is so concerned about, and why we're so rushing to head to Far Shore.
The reason that we're rushing to Far Shore is because I'm very concerned. I believe that this star hastens the end of an age, which means the current dominant species which would be all of ours, would no longer be. Generally something
Just
more
stop
powerful.
being.
It's unclear. During the Second Age, when dragons fell from power, humanity had arisen. Something called the sleep happened. I don't know how familiar you are with it, but many of the larger monsters and creatures that existed during the Age of Dragons seem to disappear or go to sleep.
So they may reawaken, is what you're saying.
I'm sure that you have noticed the world is a much more dangerous place than it was before
Well,
the star arrived.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, look at Thousand Gates. That's my only point of reference.
Thousand Gates is always dangerous, but that's because it borders the Gated Marsh, and the Gated Marsh, being the site of the calamity that it was, obviously has a number of creatures that emerge from it every year. Just last year alone, there was at least 13 attacks that I can remember.
Okay, so what does all of this have to do with that star and our impending doom, as far as I can tell?
Precisely. So if the star does hasten the end of an age, and it is called Aurelian Star, Aurelian being the god of creation of life,
Okay.
presumably this god may or may not take residence aboard the star. If we're
So
going to
it's
stop
coming
him,
here.
I believe that it has already arrived. Take, for example, the griffin that we have on the front.
Okay.
It takes a certain amount of time to charge up, and once
Sure.
it does, it releases a massive amount of energy all at once.
Okay.
I imagine the star is not dissimilar. I think that it needs, like this device, some kind of a focus, and I imagine the different pieces that it ejected onto this planet might be those focuses. As they establish themselves, this star will gain
So like a
power.
fish hook. Kind of
It's a primitive way of looking at it, but yes.
catching and reeling in and getting what it's going after.
Yes, but as this fishhook draws taut, an amount of power will be transferred from one end to the other. If we can find the star, my hope is that A, we may be able to stop it, but B, if it is passing power from one location to the next, perhaps we can reach the star itself.
Okay. Well, if you are working on some way to stop that, and then I do not mean to interrupt you.
Yeah, that's, I'm not to stop it, but to observe it a little bit better, yeah.
Okay. Well, sorry to interrupt, and thank you for checking to make sure that we in our immediate situation are safe. And I kind of just turn totally confused and all of that going over his head.
Sure.
And just kind of walk back up to the top deck.
Okay, yeah. Bernal kind of nods.
I did my best to indulge him.
He seems very happy that he got to have this conversation. He seems a little happier than he has in quite some time.
Right. Everyone needs a morale boost.
So yeah, he is working away. You head back up to the deck. Are you guys doing anything?
I'm trying to nurse my hangover.
Okay. You nurse your hangover throughout the day. It is a rough one. On the scale of hangovers that Morwen has had, certainly the worst. Shay?
Keep
keeping watch and trying to be helpful.
Okay.
Am I puking more?
Try to eat again.
How long do you wait until you eat?
Since last time I tried, I'm gonna give it 3 hours.
You throw up again.
Loud.
Okay. Okay. You gonna try again at some point, or
In another 3 hours.
after another 3 hours, you feel it. Even looking at the food fills you with a sense of unease, and you feel the saliva welling up in your mouth as you anticipate throwing up. You almost do, but you manage to hold it down after about 6 hours. You can also readjust your Constitution score.
Yay.
A day goes by. You don't see any land masses. There are no dolphins. In fact, there are no seagulls.
Well, yeah, because Miles electrocuted them all.
He did. He electrocuted
Two of them.
There's at
Just
least
2
8.
of them.
But there are no seagulls.
So we're still pretty far out then.
Are you on the main deck?
Mhm.
Okay. Interestingly, on the previous day, you would have remembered hearing them. They follow boats.
Okay.
There are none. There are no birds. There are no fish or anything like that. It seems fairly barren.
I nudge Kanor. And I kind of point out, like, where'd the seagulls go? Is that a bad sign?
You know, I will say, the times where birds and rats and other vermin disappear tends to be before storms. Maybe kind of gestures up at the clouds. You
Yeah.
may be due for one. It is unusual. I'll give you that.
You want to go take a look? Are you good at telling weather?
I'm okay. I can take a look for sure.
Yeah.
Climbs up to the top.
Because I don't know
Nearly
if
falling
you
once.
are or not. And you're
A couple minutes go by.
And what?
in the food pantry.
It doesn't look like rain. That is very strange.
Do you see anything else up there? Anything else? Is he still up there?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a lot of water.
Any ships? Any creatures?
You see him kind of slowly walk the circumference of this very small crow's nest. Nothing that I can see.
I'm gonna go stand up next to the griffin and kind of hover around the button.
Okay. You spend the day a little bit closer to the griffin.
all right.
The day seems to pass without issue. It is a little cloudy, and the clouds do seem to be thickening a little bit. Not maybe like rain, but it's going to be a gray day tomorrow for sure. As night draws close, Bernal would find you and say, "Are we doing the same sort of watch that we did last night?"
It seemed to go well. I don't see why not.
If I could, where is Miss Shea?
I don't know.
Where are you at this point? Probably getting close to like 7 at night.
On deck somewhere.
Okay.
I look
Kind of
around. I look
looks-
around.
Okay,
Yeah.
You see Shea over.
Ah, I'd be like, oh,
Oh.
I gesture over.
Miss Shea,
Yes, Bernal.
could you join us? I just had a request about the watches tonight.
I'll make my way over.
I was thinking just maybe I didn't get terribly good sleep last night, so perhaps I could take the
The off cycle.
well,
night's rest.
Shay, I was wondering if maybe we could switch.
Sure.
Okay, I think that might just help me a little bit more.
Okay.
So I'll take the second watch. What's your Shay?
You would be the third now.
Third
Bernal.
watch. Okay, I'll take the third watch. You'll take the second. Heinrich, you're okay with taking the first?
Sure.
All right.
I yelled to Kanor. I'm just like, you can go to bed whenever you'd like.
I'm gonna go kick him out.
Okay. There's no response, and as you go up, he is asleep. But
He's getting kicked out.
how are you waking him?
Could be gentle at first.
Okay.
Gonna
He
tap him on
he
the
wakes up pretty
shoulder.
easily. Kind of starting to wake. Oh, sorry. Just
Go to bed.
all right. Climbs down. Gets down to the bottom. You guys need anything tonight, or?
Maybe just if you wouldn't mind grabbing me some food for the first watch.
Yeah, I can do that. Disappears for a little
Just to
bit.
send them in the direction of Marwin. See how
You
this
in the
goes.
larder, the door creaks open. Oh. You hear. Oh no, he's fine.
He
You.
doesn't retch and just vomit on top
Natural
of the vomit.
20. You just. Seems to kind of have to swallow air a little bit. Heinrich said he wanted you to bring him some food, and he turns around and leaves. As he comes up to the deck. Are you on the crow's nest? Where are you? Just on the deck?
I'm just
By the
chilling
Griffin
by the
statue?
Griffin, yeah. I trust the ship's navigation-ish.
Heinrich, Morwen's gonna bring you something to eat.
Oh, what?
She was already in the pantry.
Okay.
Anyways,
Not good with
Opens the door.
seasickness, huh?
shuts the door. You hear the other interior door shut as well. You are, for the moment, alone, other than Shay above you on
Okay.
deck.
I'm gonna try to do a pacing of the whole deck, just keeping an eye on all sides.
Make a perception check.
11.
Okay. You don't see much. It is a little darker tonight. The clouds obscuring the stars ever so slightly. A couple hours pass. A couple more. Your shift seems to go without incident.
Wait, can I not make him food?
Oh, sorry. Are you
I
actually
guess
bringing him food?
Yeah.
Sure.
So I'm in the pantry, right?
Yep.
Okay, so I'm gonna make him a really nice meal.
Okay.
Except, what do I have to work with here? Like a decent meal.
There are
Give me a plate that's a decent meal.
sure. Given what you know about Heinrich and the things that you have aboard, you know that Heinrich's from Port Quinn. It's a port city. Probably seafood.
Sea fish.
Sea fish.
I leave to go leave.
Packed into salt. There are a number of, to you, fairly familiar creatures. They are scallops that have been packed, dry packed into salt.
I put them all in, okay, I'm gonna make him some, but
Okay.
I'm gonna put them all in my mouth first, and then spit them back out in the plate.
Okay.
You're just the worst.
It's an
Continue.
awful experience because they're each coated in salt. But you kind of suck the salt off, cleaning them so that they look now actually like they are
I haven't
like.
brushed my teeth or anything, too.
Yes, I know. None of you have. It looks
Who brushes their teeth?
like.
Or-
Well, actually, Bernal casts. Bernal
yeah,
is a very clean
casts,
mouth.
sure, but I mean, like, toothbrush spells.
Right.
Not everyone has
He
room for
casts
that.
brush teeth.
You cast Crest.
Chris.
Crest, reach out to us.
Oh, God.
So-
that would be the weirdest sponsor for a D&D podcast.
Nothing is weirder than
Like
Gunter's.
personal hygiene
That's
things for a
fair.
D&D podcast?
There's some weird
I
ones.
think not.
We're gonna find out. So you kind of spit all these scallops one by one onto this wooden plate that's available. You find a whole a garden variety of vegetables.
Oh,
A
interesting.
garden variety
Uh,
of seafood.
Some of them frozen,
fish.
some of them mostly thawed at this point, but over the course of maybe like 10 minutes, you're able to piece together.
I want to make a nice meal because he was so generous with
Okay.
giving me water.
Sure.
Yeah, so
You're still
What you
kind
end
of
up
a
with
jerk.
is essentially a broth that has scallops, these chunks of some kind of a white fish,
the
and
white fish I wiped on my butt a little bit
okay.
before I threw it in. A little bit.
I know. I'm just like actually.
Cheek.
I'm
Cheek.
actually a
Not
little
crack.
nauseous.
Not crack.
Okay,
Cheek.
like right along the cheek.
Yeah, and it's sweaty. It's been a hot day.
It's
For
not.
me, cat
You don't.
hair on
I
us.
fucking hate
Well, if
this.
I've been
I
hungover
fucking
the
hate
whole
this.
time,
Sure.
you know.
Oh my god. You're so petty. You're so
Heinrich,
fucking petty.
after Canor tells you that Mormon is going to bring you food, about half an hour passes, and
Yeah, I'm a little.
the first thing that hits you is the smell. It is this unbelievable, hot, rich seafood, sort of like a jambalaya almost. There is some element of spice to it. And as she approaches, there is this plate that has broth pooling around the bottom.
Uh-huh.
There are a number of different kind of seafoods. There's a fish that appears to have. Make a perception check.
I was about to say, when can I investigate this bowl?
Are Are you gonna look at it that
You're not investigating because you're not necessarily.
Well, that's a 1.
Okay. Looks great.
So I'm going to bring this to you and be
Fucking
like,
rolled a 1.
I'm going to bring it to you and
Oh
be
my
like,
God.
listen, I'm really sorry about last night. I really appreciate
I am buying all
your
of
help
this.
this morning.
I'm also on the tip of like, I just helped Kanor and I just helped her, so I'm feeling socially positive.
I'm just
like, yeah,
really
good,
happy
good
that
does
you're
good in the
finally
world. Good makes
opening up
good.
and trusting us. And like, I really appreciate the water and, just let's put it in the past.
And
I
she
really-
offers you this beautiful plate
I
of
really
seafood.
appreciate that.
Thank you. It's
You're
a
a lot
recipe
more
from my
kind than-
family. So
you're a lot more kind than I initially gave you credit for.
I
And
know.
I just wanted to let you know that in your state, I know that even cooking and being around heat must have been so
it was
difficult
really
and
tough. Thank you for recognizing
I
this.
am-
Yeah.
very grateful for all of this.
As you should be, and I appreciate you recognizing it. Thank you so much.
I'm a little kind of like, okay, and
Made with love.
I take it and I walk over
Drink
to,
up, boy.
to the griffin statue and I set it down. It's a little hot. I'm gonna let it cool for a bit,
It's alright, I'll wait.
and then I continue
It's a
my
nice
watch.
night.
I'm like,
When there is, this hunger that is gnawing at you because you
yeah.
haven't eaten since
I'm just
breakfast.
gonna do like a full pass because I
Sure.
feel like I only
Yeah.
checked down one side of the
Make
ship.
a full pass. It doesn't seem like there's anything
All right, now return to the bowl.
still there.
Is it cooler now?
And I'm pacing the ship a little bit
Sure.
with periffs
Sure.
and eye contact.
Is it cooler now? Yes. It-
Good, wonderful. I eat it.
Okay. As you eat it, it has a strange texture to it. There's some kind of fibrous vegetable maybe in it. For a second, it's like almost like hair. But that's ridiculous. So probably like husks of corn or something like that. Unclear. You kind of just push through it, but it's very good.
Wonderful. Very hearty.
Or when you
None-
take it, you
none the
feel
wiser.
a supreme sense of joy as you watch Heinrich eat
I
a
purr
number of scallops.
loudly.
Yes, a number of scallops that were all in your mouth. In fact, you still have some of this sort of like seafood flavor still there. And especially every time this piece of like cod kind of comes up, and you can see it looks like it has almost like some kind of a spice on it, but you can
fucking
see
hate you.
individual hairs. Just
I wouldn't know better,
streaked
but I
across
fucking
it.
hate you.
You asked for it.
I did no such thing. You are just so fucking petty.
But it's a great
yeah,
meal.
it's great. I'm enjoying it.
A little odd texture at times, but great
Hey,
otherwise.
honestly, like whatever.
On a ship, great meal.
Yeah, exactly.
Did you like it?
There were some odd textures. What was this made out of?
Secret recipe. There's more where that came from. And I walk away.
Okay, you go downstairs. Do you go to sleep?
No, I think I'm just walking away from him. I want to stay on the ship a little bit because I'm like fully rested.
Yeah,
and
you
I'm like
could go.
feeling a little myself now at this point.
Sure.
I'm sure. Hangover's done. I'm going to embrace the night a little bit.
Okay.
Just actually enjoy not feeling like shit and being at sea because that's what I love.
Sure. Make a
And
perception check.
I'm gonna put my hair down and let it blow in the wind.
Okay.
Hope that you're looking.
Okay.
Make a perception check.
Mhm.
Natural
First
20.
Natural
I know, right? It's better than like the under 10s of all of my rolls. Where's
was me
my
just
perception? It's
finishing
so
the
23. But natural 20.
There's a faint blue glow emanating from under the ship.
As I'm watching her, do I notice her?
Are you gonna go?
Do I notice her notice this?
Well, it's a shiny thing, so I'm gonna be like,
So yes, you do. All of a sudden, looking at Morin's eyes, and she is already purring loudly. You suddenly kind of see your eyes drift up, and then the black just expand.
Okay. I walk over and I'm like, what do you? And do I see it now?
Looking down, the two of you, you're both looking over the side of the ship. It isn't just blue. You're over what looks like a field of jellyfish. Each of them bioluminescent in its own way, shifting from blues to greens to every now and then glimmers of purple. But they, as the ship goes by, silently they just pass very quickly. even at the rate that you're traveling, it takes a couple minutes to get through all of them. But it is just this very beautiful sort of look. With a natural 20, every now and then you see this sort of dark shape kind of and take one in its mouth and disappear. After seeing it 2 or 3 times, a harbor seal maybe?
Rubber seal, maybe.
It's quite beautiful.
But after some time, jellyfish become more and more scarce, and eventually it's just dark water.
Keep
I
watching.
kind of sigh and pull out a journal and just doodle it.
Doodle a couple jellyfish in there
Yeah.
in the old journal.
Yeah, just
Can I
like
try to Wait, so you just like turned around
no,
and started?
no. I just kind of like step back and I go and I lean on like the wall over here or something like that.
Is your back facing me?
No.
Like, what's your position?
I'm just leaning against the wall, doodling. Like you were looking over the railing, and I kind of like, I just like kind of pace away like casually, and then I lean against the wall, and I just take out the book and I start just drawing an impression of
Okay.
it.
So the night kind of progresses, and your watch does pass without issue.
Okay, I go and get Shay.
Okay.
So I climb up.
And you see Shay sleeping. How does Shay sleep?
How does she sleep?
It's a very good
What is it?
question.
19
Is
sessions
it
in?
in
We've
like
never seen her sleep.
a what is it, warrior pose?
Yeah.
Or
About not true. Morwen did
Tree
actually see her
stance.
sleeping once.
I think for this, she would kind of prop herself up against the railing
Mhm.
in what could be like she's just kind of sitting there.
Okay. And so coming up into the darkness, you do have dark vision, so you see her eyes are closed. But it's hard to tell if she's asleep or not. She doesn't. Her mouth doesn't open when she sleeps. It's still very composed.
Right.
I'm actually going to stop you before you wake her up and say,
At the
I
top,
feel alright.
You're gonna climb up after me.
Sure.
Okay. As you kind of go and you reach out, you feel this tug on your pants.
I look down. Like,
And it's just Morwen's gleaming eyes up from the darkness.
Yeah.
I'm wide awake. I can take this one. I shimmy down after saying that.
Okay.
And
you
I'm
see
like,
Morwen grab the side, just slide
Like,
down
oh.
the rope.
Oh. And I just go back and I wake Shay up.
Okay. Shay, you feel this kind of gentle pressure on your shoulder.
Instantly awake.
Yeah. Instantly, just kind of eyes just open.
Mhm.
And there's no, like, you've woken up everybody at some point here.
Right.
Everybody is kind of groggy. I mean,
Yeah.
Morwen's just fucking
I
drunk.
just kind of like, your watch.
Thank you. It's your turn. Go to bed.
Okay. Wake us up if it's important, and just
Yeah.
kind of like climb back down.
Okay. We'll come back down. What is Morwen doing at this point?
I'm taking the helm.
Okay. So Morwen's up, standing by the helm.
Well, I mean, because is anybody right now?
No.
All right, then I will. Even if I'm not directing it, I just want to be there.
Okay. So you're at the helm. Make a perception check, and Shay, you make a perception
Put
check. as
yourself
well.
there. I'm gonna go back down to my
Oop.
room. I'm gonna start going through my bag before I go to bed, though. I want to see what
So-
loot that she put in that no one's checked
Passive
out yet.
perception
Sure.
would be 13
Okay.
because I rolled lower. So.
Fair.
26.
There is now, as you approach close to like 4 in the morning, towards the end of your watch, you're starting to see in the water just clumps of seaweed and kelp and things that are a little bit more coastal in nature.
Okay.
You imagine, despite the fact that you guys are only 3 days into this journey, you may have inadvertently caught some time back up.
Alright.
It turns out that not having the sails down for the first part of the day really was very helpful for you guys, because you didn't get crazy lost.
Yay.
You only went about 20 miles out of your way. Your watch goes without issue.
Okay.
Technically, your watch goes without issue.
What do I find in my bag?
So you're looking through.
Yeah,
Cat
all
turd.
the shit that Morwen deposited in it, including apparently
You're
a cat
welcome,
turd.
by the way, you jackass.
So Morwen had deposited. Did you put everything from? You
I
definitely
put
didn't.
most of it.
Okay.
So
What did you
transfer. What specifically did I put?
I do
in
know that you
your
put
bag?
in a Mithilstrine cigar box.
Exactly.
That had a lock
So
on
put
it.
that in. you write this down because you own it. I just wrote this down. So it's Mythal Stream Cigar Box.
I don't remember if you opened that or not, but
No, I didn't. I'm just saying that he.
Mythal
I
Stream.
put that.
Mythal Stream, which is
Yeah.
you actually recently just heard this word, not for the first time, but for the first time in some time. Din Din told you that that's where he is from. It's the homeland of the Tieflings.
I gave you also a crystal weight.
Magic or not?
I just have crystal weight.
Doesn't
written
feel
down,
magic
so
to
I
you.
don't think so. An orphan
Like
deed
a paperweight?
or
Yeah.
an orphanage. An orphan deed.
Orphan deed.
You own one orphan.
An orphanage deed is in there.
Okay.
3 glass bottles, parentheses, empty. Love ya. Yeah. A magnifying glass, I assume.
Okay.
Yeah, magnifying glass.
Let's see. So I know that I kept the Elvish wine. I kept the brandy. Kept 3 bottles of wine. Okay, so I also
All
gave
the
you a
booze.
magic shield.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
The shield does
Oh,
feel
I'm a
magic.
little upset. Please asterisk this because I wanted to keep it and I forgot to take it out of your bag.
Cool.
But I'm going to remember.
Yup.
I gave you a ship in a bottle.
Magic or not?
Not magic.
Not magic. I just
Pretty?
wanted it.
Well,
Very. It's a galleon. Make an investigation check.
But I'm not erasing this one because I want it back.
19.
Yeah. You get some good details as you really get a good glance at this thing.
I know I kept
Is that a
little
real
booze, but I
ship
gave you
that
a-
exists in the world?
It is a historic, not historic, but it is a fairly famous ship. Give me 1 second.
What?
I don't think so.
Dog shit that hit.
As I look
Which is
through
not
my
actually
notes.
anything I advocate for.
Oh, this is far shorter.
I wasn't gonna question.
Man, I had to write so much for this week. All right. This would very specifically be. What languages do you speak?
Common and infernal.
Okay. It's not in a language that you understand, but let me write down. It's Dwarvish runes is the best
Okay.
that I could say, and I'll send you
Yeah,
what the
that's fine.
Dwarvish word is, not necessarily the translation.
Okay, so
Um,
Dwarvish runes,
But it's odd because it is not a Dwarvish ship
but it's where's the marking carved?
on the side.
Like
it's
finely detailed.
So finely,
Okay.
it is this detailed. Somebody with like a pin
Something that
or
I could-
something.
But like clear enough that I could
yes,
transcribe
you can
it.
certainly transcribe.
Just gonna like look at it and transcribe it so
Okay.
that I can
Yeah.
reference it later without showing anyone the bottom.
Sure, and it seems like it might be the ship name.
I'm gonna investigate this magic shield a little closer.
Okay. Then you-
Also, though, keep in mind,
In our
I
commentary.
remember the cigar box too also had tiefling
lock?
markings on it, right? Or
it was
had
an infernal.
infernal.
Yes,
Yeah.
the words are an infernal.
Arcana 8.
8.
It's a magic shield.
It is a magic shield.
Alright.
The magic in it,
Uh-huh.
abjuration in nature, protective.
Yeah.
Considering it's a shield, not terribly surprising.
I gotcha. This isn't the one that
And arrows all
Husk
leading-
had. Or
No,
Hu-
no, no, no. Husk. You guys
Tusk.
left Husk
Tusk.
really
Tusk.
Husk. You left Husk shield in the nothing. This beautiful shield with all this cool stuff.
I was
that is
too
a
mad
badge
about
of
something
office.
to really give a shit.
Well, I
Totally
did
fine.
take
Or
True
upset
Steel,
about
which
it.
I named True Bots.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, you did. So Mythal Stream cigar box with
Well, I
infernal
didn't
writing on
take-
it. What does it say?
It says that was from last session.
1 or 2 ago.
You
Yeah.
It was last session. I was just looking at it.
Oh, I accepted.
It says Infernal Estates,
Okay.
and underneath it in smaller writing it says Red Devils.
Can I open it up?
You do not, because it has a padlock on
Can I try to open it up?
it. Yeah, do you have thieves' tools?
No, I'm gonna try to snap the lock off though.
Okay, yeah, make a strength check.
Can I use a dagger to aid in this? Just
Yeah.
like kind of.
Sure, roll advantage.
16.
16. It's a pretty sturdy lock. As you work on it, you imagine you could probably smash the box. It's wood.
Yeah.
While this
Well, I
is
was trying to
happening,
like pry it off of it, so I'm assuming that it's fastened to the wood.
Yeah, I mean, if you
Like-
want to just
like
pry it away
leverage
easy
it,
enough,
yeah.
you could do that. Sure, no problem. You stick the dagger in and kind of get it right into the where the two clasps meet.
Yeah.
And as you pry it open, the blade, I mean, easy enough, pry the lock itself off.
It's like balsa wood or something. No,
It's-
a little harder.
Very specifically, it's a species of cedar, if that matters at all.
Okay, sure.
But it's not terribly hard. And as the box splinters open, there is this sort of crack within it. Opening it up, there was at one point this, in the shape of a picture frame, but it's like this thin double layered or pane of glass, and there was a sort of liquid in it.
Uh-huh.
The liquid is now spilling out into the confines of the box.
so they're ruined.
It's broken. Whatever it was is broken. Yes.
And the cigars are covered in...
There are no cigars in there.
Oh.
Make an intelligence check.
What was this box containing? What did I just ruin? That's a 3.
Everything.
Okay. It is it's 2 pieces of glass that had blue liquid in it. It's weird. It has nothing. You have no idea. You've never seen anything even remotely like this in your life. It looks like there's space that maybe there was something else between these panes at one point.
Mm-hmm.
Not there anymore.
Okay. I set it on the desk. That's in the room.
Okay. Yeah, you set it down. It kind of slowly leaks out and begins to drip on the ground.
Yeah. I mean, does it look like it's corrosive or anything?
Yeah. Looks like it is a little bit more viscous than water,
Uh-huh.
but other than that, not much you can tell about it.
Okay. That's it. Go to bed.
You find some sleep.
Write down, being like,
Yeah, you find some sleep. Your guys' watch does come to an end. What do you do at the end of your watch?
I'll go wake up Bernal.
Okay. So you begin to climb down from the crow's nest. You do see that Morwen is awake and
where's
at the helm.
Gunter, by the way?
Gunter's downstairs.
Somewhere? He wouldn't have been in the kitchen galley. He wouldn't.
Gunter is in the other nice room next to you.
This one?
Yep. He is, when you went to sleep, he
Where
was,
the cat puked.
yeah, he's definitely still awake when you went to sleep. You heard grunting noises coming from in there.
Let him do his thing.
That's a wise idea. What do you do at the end of your watch?
I don't really know who's taking over.
You don't.
And I'm enjoying this, so I'll just keep going.
Okay.
But I do want to check out my booty.
I'll
Okay.
actually ask you to go wake Bernal because it's dark and I cannot see.
Okay.
If you don't mind. Go
Okay.
wake Bernal and send him up to me.
You head downstairs and you find Bernal's bed. Pretty easily wake him up. Cilliel's already awake and kind of like chewing on a bit of the bed frame. But as you wake him up, kind of snaps to attention. Is it my watch now? Okay, thank you, Miss Morwen. Who's up on the ship right now?
Me. And then I run upstairs.
And you hear him running behind you, like pulling his robes on. As he bursts out into the deck, he sees you and just goes,
Good morning, Bernal.
"Okay, I'm here. I'm here now for my watch. So, Miss Morwen, you can go to sleep."
No, I'm fine. I'm leaning on the wheel.
Okay. Well, he just kind of stands there very uncomfortably. Every now and then shooting a look over at you like, what's going on?
You got this, Bernal. And I go back up to the crow's
Scamper
nest.
up to the
I do
crow's
not
nest.
go back to sleep, though.
Okay,
Okay.
now I check my booty.
Okay. So right next to Bernal, you kind of sit down and begin to look
Wait,
through.
hold on. Isn't he at the crow's keep?
We'll put,
No, he's up at the front with you because he's technically
the
on
hell?
watch and he
put,
is not
put
going to
everyone
climb the
in
rigging in the
We're
dark.
right here.
So keep
flat
watch is at the
versions.
wheel. I thought it was in the crow's nest.
No, only for for Shay.
All right. Well, if he's gonna be at the wheel, then I'm gonna run up to the crow's nest and count my booty.
With
Shay,
Shay,
you hear
God
somebody
damn it,
coming
she's still
up,
there too.
and as you
she
poke your
climbed
head
up
up,
there to go take
Damn
her
it!
rest.
I go to my eagle,
you kind of briefly poke your head up. You see Shay just staring at you, and you just
slide back down, and go to my eagle head, and
Okay.
I'm sitting cross-legged and
So
sniffing my feather
okay.
and checking out my booty.
Okay. Specifically, what are you looking at
I'm just counting my gold.
from from Dodd's Manor?
And the
From
tomb.
all of it. I've got a heavy sack.
You do. I already told you the total for what you got in the Temple of Tasada. I think the only thing that you should have would have been out of that little chest. Yeah, so you can add another 43 pieces of gold and 7 pieces of silver.
Holy shit. Okay. I have to do the math for this.
Okay.
43?
Yes. And how carefully are you looking through all of it?
I've got time.
Okay.
So.
The currency.
And then 7 pieces of silver?
The currency itself is not from Port Quinn. It's from Nocturne,
Okay.
so that's helpful at all. Worth the
Sure.
same amount. But in terms of gold from that chest, that's what you would find.
I'm also going to start reading
Okay.
as best as I can. The diary.
Okay. Do you want that out loud, or do you want it in secret form?
For the viewers out loud. But I do want you to email it to me.
Okay. As you open this journal, you haven't opened it yet.
Where did you get this from?
I mean,
It has one
Where is
page
it
The
in
temple.
the entire journal.
The temple, I think.
And it is roughly like 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning at this point, so there is an entry in it. It discusses. Hang on a sec, I gotta go read this. That was from a couple sessions ago, huh? So, very specifically, that is a journal, and it appears to be the journal of an individual writing to a loved one of some kind. The details are not terribly clear. It doesn't appear to be written. Oh, you can read it. It's in Elvish, but you can read it. And it's being written to a dwarf, because the person is being addressed as my dwarf or my kind man. It appears to be from one lover to another. I don't have the session notes from the Temple of Tasada on me, because that was
Fair enough.
weeks ago. So I'll have to email you the actual wording of it. The gist of it is this: she is currently searching for something. Somewhere up north,
They did. Oh, sorry.
near the outskirts of Kulturam. She's writing to her lover, who is a dwarf. She is an elf. He was searching for something somewhere around Byss. You think back, there were at least 2 formerly dwarven Crotego people that you ran across. You very much doubt that this individual that is being written to is still alive.
Sad.
It is. She does write that regardless as to where he goes with the company, she'll be able to find him. And she signs it Love Vala. Vallha.
You'll email this, right?
Huh?
You'll email this, right?
Yes, I will
Okay.
email you. And I'll email you the actual text. For
Okay.
it. Very interestingly, as you read the words and you kind of turn the pages, 2 pages of an entry, and you kind of turn them back, they're blank.
Interesting.
Yeah. That's all that you really notice.
I write, hello. My name is... No, I'm just
Tom
kidding.
Riddle.
Yeah. I was going to say Harry Potter. No, I'm just kidding.
Would you
I
like
don't
to
do
write-
that. No, I don't write anything.
Fair enough.
I'm just confused and I put it away.
That's
There's
fair.
no
and you
pictures.
took it-
Put it
There's
away.
0 pictures. The rest of your shift, as long as you can tell, or as far as you can tell, or Bernal shift really, seems to go without issue. The sun rises, and you don't go back to sleep, and so you watch the sunrise. Are you looking for anything in particular?
Just watching. Watching Bernal, watching the surroundings, watching.
After the first 3 hours, Bernal is not terribly good at staying quiet.
Sure.
And so throughout the night, he would try to engage you in conversation. For sake of expediency, the things that he wants to talk about are Aurelian Star.
Are you telling me?
Yes.
Okay.
Because
So,
he's trying
but
to talk to you.
I'm not gonna go into
So I
it if
thought
you're
you were
just
talking
if you're gonna cut him off. So if any of these topics are interesting to you, let me know, because we can proceed through it.
Probably not.
He wanted to talk about Aurelian Star.
Nope.
He wanted to talk about the idol culture of the orcs. He wants to talk
Mild.
about some of the things that he's heard about Sunrest and Far Shore and things like that. But would any of those topics, would you have allowed him to progress along those lines?
A little bit with the orcs.
Cool. Most useless.
Right around 6 in the morning, as it's beginning to get bright out, a very bleary-eyed Bernal would say, so, Ortude was a pretty cool guy.
Yeah?
It was really interesting. I know a little bit about orcs, and part of their culture is that they tend to worship these little idols that are important to their families, or their I don't know if they're called clans or not, actually.
Do
I don't
they
know
eat
if that's...
people?
Orcs?
Yeah.
Not commonly. They can.
Sick.
They're omnivores.
I tune out. And I'm like,
Okay.
Morin's miscellaneous is fine. I'm doing this like I'm
Sure.
eating or something. I don't know.
And probably
Or sniffing the feather.
10
Something.
okay. 10 minutes into it, you would hear Miss Morwen.
Hello.
So what do you think about it?
Everything.
That doesn't really make a lot of sense.
And then all at the same time, and I do a cat stretch and I curl up in a little ball and just look at the sunrise.
Okay. You kind of. All right.
No, I'm gonna stretch out and be like, hey Bernal,
Yes, Miss Morwen.
what happens when we die?
You're about to go to sleep. If you did this to R2.
But tell me.
Many cultures have different ideas as to what happens when you die.
Is this like your background TV?
There are
Mm-hmm.
there are a number of
putting
theories
Futurama
within
on and
humans.
passing it.
Obviously, it delineates based on the person that you worship, if you choose to worship.
Bernal.
Personally, yes.
Do you believe in reincarnation?
In a manner of speaking, the elves don't tend to die. They do have souls that return to different bodies, and there is this
And
idea
I
that
smile and I go to sleep.
Shay, you watch Bernal carry on for close to 20 minutes, and he does discuss elven reincarnation.
And I'm listening, but I nod off.
And he does talk about this unbelievably idyllic island that elves, once they've reached a point of enlightenment after traveling through multiple lives, are supposed to eventually find eternal rest at. He then goes into the idea that tieflings, some believe, are actually bound to the hells, and regardless of the life that they live, will eventually return there. He speaks a little bit about some of the more minor gods, such as Melora, Cord, Gracchus. Some of the other smaller gods don't really have any sway over death. And at this point, he kind of says, "Do you worship a god, Miss Morwen?" And you see his shoulders just visibly sag, and he just sighs and kind of
No,
turns
it's not a
and
snore.
watches the
It'll be
sunrise.
like a.
Either way, you're asleep in the middle of his conversation, so he's not terribly pleased.
But it's not. It's less insulting.
Sure.
That's all.
Morwen feels better about it.
Morwen feels better about
She
it.
does.
However, the rest of Bernal just pass without issue. You eventually wake.
Yep.
You hear the seagulls again. It's the first thing that kind of catches your ear.
Kind of comforted by that.
Okay.
And I get up and I walk out and stretch. I
Sure.
pace around.
Okay.
I hesitate with a hand up by Gunter's door, and then think better of it.
Fair.
And then I walk upstairs.
You walk upstairs, and about the time that you get up, Canner's door opens. And you see him kind of still a little bleary-eyed, wave to you, head down past you and downstairs towards the larder, presumably.
I just want to get an eye on where we are before I eat.
Sure. All three of you are now aboard and on deck. Please make a perception check.
Oh, wait. No, I'm asleep. Me
You're
too?
asleep.
Am I rolling one?
Mhm.
Okay.
13.
Ooh, 20. Not natural, but 20.
But you are asleep, correct?
27?
Yeah.
Okay.
27.
Unless something woke me up, I mean.
Not necessarily something.
Bernal.
The two of you being awake and seeing things. Bernal's going to bed.
Okay.
The watercolor is slightly different. It's a little bit lighter. And
Hmm.
focusing, you can actually see elements of rock, not coral
Closer
here,
to shore.
but you are certainly drawn closer to shore. You don't see land yet. What are you guys doing? The day is now yours. On day 4 of this journey.
Am I waking up?
Kind of
gonna-
concerned. I look at from the bow forward,
Okay.
looking for any sort of reef formation.
Make a perception check.
Because like if it's shallow but I don't see land, I'm fucking worried.
Make a perception check.
Yeah, just a 10.
There are little bits of like a very vibrant green kelp every now and then, but no coral. It appears there isn't really the rock structure in this part of the ocean to support that kind of
So
formation.
I'm not concerned.
Shouldn't be terribly concerned.
Okay, I go downstairs and I look for some food to eat.
Okay, yeah. And you come upon Candor, who's just eating hardtack just straight out of the box.
Yeah. I
Kinda
kind of
nods to you.
point around like, really? Out of all the things?
It's just food.
Uh, tactical, practical. Fair enough. And I just reach for some of that fruit.
See him kind of smile a little bit. Still kind of too tired to comment
So
on
that's
that,
the
on that.
episode name,
thing.
Tactical and Practical.
Is that, are you gonna rely on me for all these fucking names?
No, I wanted bitches and britches, but it didn't appear yet.
Bitches and britches.
About 4 hours go
Oh
by.
shit! We just need a lot of
I'm
ladies
going
and
to nap
pants.
through that.
I have
You
pants.
take a little nap.
Wait, do you not?
But you are
think
woken.
Your better,
About
her
2
better
hours into your
perception,
nap.
nothing?
Okay.
At some point, no, not at some point. You would have woken up about an hour in because Candor would have come up and joined you. Do you do anything when he gets up there? Kind of says, "I'll be quiet." About an hour after that, I see land. You
You're an
come to.
No, it's
You
important.
see his back. He's excitedly pointing out, kind of leaning over the crow's
Land
nest.
you mean?
Do you call it up to him?
Well, no, wouldn't that be what he said? He said, "I see land."
Not necessarily.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And
Do I
run
wake
up,
up
I
to
run
that?
up to the bow, all like. I don't actually.
I would say you're probably awake before that.
Okay.
Yeah. So you go up to the bow. You can see now a very, like, way in the distance, a very dark shape, maybe
Yeah.
a mountain rising out of the ocean. There are, like,
Does it vaguely look like Gunter with his ass up to the sky?
Probably.
The old man, as it were.
there are elements of smoke coming up from the top of this mountain. Yes.
Okay. Alright.
There are hints that it is probably a volcano.
Yeah. I feel comforted knowing that we made a pretty long voyage relatively safely with no crew.
Yeah.
Or
I have
skeleton
my
crew.
own captain's hat,
It's
don't
a,
I?
it's a short voyage. It should
Well,
only
I'm,
take 2 days.
yeah,
to get
but
there.
like with no crew
Yes.
on automated boat.
Yeah. You guys
Feel
did a
like,
pretty good
like
job.
I have my own captain's hat, don't I?
You do? Put the captain hats on.
I stroke the feather that I put in it. There was like there was something
Another
that I put
feather,
in it. Yeah.
There's a much
think I s-
longer teal feather that came with the hat.
Yeah. I'm gonna stroke it.
Yeah. Okay. You stroke this feather.
Yeah.
Um,
And I do
sure.
like a Captain Morgan's like
Okay.
thing.
How
like,
long are
on
you?
the griffin.
How long are you holding that pose for?
You vomit
1 minute.
profusely.
1 minute. Hold it for 1 minute. About an hour further passes, and this landmark draws closer and closer, and you can see now there are these little docks that extend all the way from that island to the island that's in front of it. There's a much shorter island, just sand. More of a sandbar than an island, really. You got a really big sandbar. And you do see that there is a ship approaching. You roll a perception check real quick.
Just me?
You.
Guess I'm at the bow. 10?
10? That's what happens if you sink. You would see, as they get closer, it is a very dark hull, like a mahogany color, definitely not mahogany wood. And it is flying a black flag.
I call up to Canor.
Yeah, I see it.
You see it?
Yeah,
Are we in trouble?
we're close enough to the keep that we won't have any trouble.
Do I recognize the flag?
Make a perception check.
The keep?
21. You do not recognize the flag. There's no
Oh,
symbology.
what the hell?
It is a flat black flag, which you do understand probably means that it is a pirate ship. Not a well-known pirate ship. They haven't established themselves enough to have any kind of symbology.
I still get excited.
Sure. As they draw a lot closer, you can see that there is a very strange mix of creatures aboard this ship. At the prow, as it begins to get really close,
I get back into my stance.
okay,
Watch
you
it.
get back into your stance. Standing at the head of this vessel, there is this bugbear. He has a black cloth cap that's kind of tied back, and he has this huge. You can see he's wearing just leather armor, no shirt, but there's this visibly missing kind of cleave, as if at some point in the past an axe had been wedged into his shoulder. It's healed over long since, and there is fur growing back over it. But very silently just kind of stares at you as he passes. And there are, aboard this ship, goblins. You can see the occasional human, primarily bugbear as a crew. And there are shouts and kind of jeers in your direction. Any of you speak goblin? Any of you speak giantese?
No.
You don't understand any of it, but they don't sound terribly friendly.
I acted like why would
yell
I know
infernal
giantese?
Yamada!
No.
Okay, there's an increase in shouting, but neither side seems to be comprehending the other.
Yeah.
You guys get the sense that you're insulting each other.
Yeah.
So he's locking eyes with me though?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to do like a respectful pirate like tip of the hat or like hello kind of.
His chin just raises ever so slightly, and they continue sailing past. Not
fine.
a terribly friendly look.
Fuck piece of shit. That's what he
Well,
is,
not
right?
really. I'm not smiling at him. I'm
Yeah.
just giving him a like sup.
So, as you're approaching, Captain's Keep comes a lot more clearly into view. Volcano, ever so slightly smoldering, steady wisps of black smoke rising off the top. It sits on a jagged body of magma that seems to have at some point run down, but now hardened, and it creates these black, almost obsidian, kind of jagged pillars, and then very smooth stone that runs down. It almost forms these ooze-like arms that seem to spread out and reach down from the volcano all the way in places into the ocean. Probably erupted many years ago, although there are, looking even past Captain's Keep onto the shores of that island, the crumbling remains of some city long, long abandoned. In front of that, there is the majority of Captain's Keep. Many large ships now permanently at sea, penned in by a warren of broad wooden docks that enclose a variety of ships. You can see there are tiny little rowboats that are going here and there from the different docks.
Very busy port.
I'll say that you guys can basically make it enough that I can give you a map.
Yay. Map.
Yay, Matt.
You would see that in front of you. A lot of colorful rowboats,
Get off.
small city. She loves this place. It's Pirate City.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's
I
funny
was
that you
trying
clung
to in
right
my
to it.
dreams, but you interrupted
It's
them.
funny that you clung
So-
right to it.
So it is a really busy place, and before you can actually enter the city itself, very much a makeshift floating city, there is this huge long dock, which you can see there marked as the outer brace. It's raised up about 7 feet from sea level, although looking at it as you get much closer, there is green algae growing on top of the boards, so the tide occasionally rises up that high. There are a tremendous menagerie of ships that have formed the city. You can see Dwarven Ironsides, not as big as the Krogamash that you guys ran into briefly, but very large. The largest ship being one of those, way off to the right side. You can see it labeled as the actual Captain's Keep. There are along this ship a whole bunch of different mobile carts, different wooden stalls have been set
Oh,
up.
so we're
We're
Kind of
coming
like
from
a
the left.
bustling
We're coming from the left
marketplace.
side, right?
From over here.
Yeah.
There's like a bustling marketplace. However, it all seems temporary, as if the merchants arrive, set up on the brace, and then probably leave to prevent
Yeah.
things from being stolen. It is not primarily human. There are a lot of humans there. You see a number of tieflings. You see, looking through the crowd, like above everybody else, a minotaur just kind of striding through the crowd.
Pretty
I'm into 'em.
guard-like.
Sure. Not guard-like.
No?
You see no guards.
Okay.
I think he's hot.
There are a variety of goblins all throughout the deck, and you can
I
see
don't
that they
think they're hot.
seem to be maintaining a lot of the ships that are moored
I
to
respect
the dock.
Minotaurs and hawks only.
But as
I
you
like minotaurs
bring
and
your vessel in,
owls.
are you guys going to pull up to this dock, or what's your plan?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, but no, not wait. But I'm gonna give you this to be discussed at some point,
Okay.
and I'm sure you'll agree with it. And I don't know if it's relevant, but side note.
Might be a good time to stop too, just approaching the dog.
Okay.
Just out of, I don't know, it reminded me, and it's something I meant to do.
Okay. I like that idea.
Yeah.
I certainly agree with that.
Yeah.
So as you guys are approaching the docks, and you moor your vessel, a gang of goblins just begins to dash up onto the ship, and you hear this chittering of goblins. There is one of them that, as probably some of you look a little bit concerned,
Yeah.
looking a little bit, a little nicer, a little older, probably for goblin, like 17. He approaches. He's wearing glasses, although you can see one of the lenses is missing. He's wearing very dirty black clothes, like a patchwork vest. And he has a quill in his hand. Kind of looks to you, and then to you, to Bernal, to Canor, who is now down on deck.
Gunter's still sleeping.
Gunter is not visible.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Welcome to Farshore. I am Peak. I run the docking crews around these parts. My associates are going to take care of your vessel. How long you stay? Do you need repair? Do you need food? Do you need paint? Tell me what you need. We will figure out what it costs you, yes? And as he kind of looks at all of you but settles on you with the big hat, that is where we're going to end for tonight, as it is 1 a.m.
Yay.
But you guys have gotten out of Byss. You
Yay.
sailed
Thank
across the
fuck
sea,
God.
and you have
Yeah,
reached
for
Captain's
real.
Keep.
Only took how long?
I will
Like
say,
5 sessions.
because the very first thing, looking at all of you, well, now we'll get to that next time.
Okay.
But you guys will learn the captain's code. You'll learn the different prices of everything. We'll talk a little bit more about the things that you see along the outer brace. So that is us for tonight. The next show that we have, I don't know what you guys are doing on Friday. I am free. I got a text from Matt.
Normal
All of
next
my
Friday.
Fridays are free until,
End of this month when we go down to this folks.
So,
which
next,
is the same time that we all are.
Yeah.
So.
So next Friday, the 26th, we will be live at 8:30. Hopefully, as we always are.
We'll do the reset of the internet first.
Yeah, well,
Before even,
I was
like,
going to say
setting
we should,
up,
we should
just-
build that into our routine.
Just like wipe it.
Yeah. So we will have fewer technical difficulties. As of next week, there will be another couple of interesting announcements. I know we have some cool like stuff with other podcasts coming up, with other streams, and some cool little things that we're doing within the community.
Love it.
So look forward to all that. I'll take us out. But thank you
Little
very much for
jerk
joining us. We
smile.
will see you next week.
Precious.
Ah.
No, you gotta. Juno sounds.
Do